Please unmute the boardroom.
Ready, Jim? Morning again. Seems like we were only here yesterday.
Doesn't work that way.
No, I don't
Jamie,
think so.
Jamie, welcome today.
Thanks.
Would you lead us in the pledge?
I would love to.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kramer. Present. Commissioner O'Rourke.
Present.
Commissioner Rexroth.
Present.
Chairman Wessel.
Here.
Commissioner Ross.
Present.
Commissioner Alguier.
Here.
Commissioner Wagner. Present.
Now, we have a proposed agenda. Are there any late additions or deletions? Yes, Commissioner Wagner.
Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully ask that we remove number 4, A and B.
I would support that.
And I might take these. Next, I would respectfully request that on number 12, for those items, perhaps discussion only. We did just receive this next, the lease agreement again, last evening at 5 o'clock. And there's still some concerns in it. So if we can maybe, I think discussion might be a good idea. So perhaps we even could do some things by vote or get to the bottom of some things so it can move forward or not. But it's just not ready for action today, in my opinion.
Commissioner Walker?
I would agree with 4, A and B, but for 12, I would imagine that the things that were brought up in that, we do have the legal opinion. It would seem that, I would hope that those items could be resolved at the next week. And we can move this forward to next week. for final approval. It seems like those issues.
It could be done, moving forward could be done in discussion.
I have some. While I've come around more conceptually to agreement with the idea of this, after speaking with the former commissioner in my district, I do have some serious concerns about the cost sharing agreement and a couple of things. So, well, the proper way to do it, but I could tell you that were these things not addressed, I would definitely be a no. So I'm not sure. Not sure how that affects. Like I said, conceptually, I've kind of warmed to this idea, but there are some poison pills in this cost sharing agreement that I cannot read. So I don't know what the best method to do that is, whether it is leave it for discussion or I guess if it is, I'm not sure if we're meant for discussion and those things are resolved, we could still act on it at the next meeting, correct? So on that basis, I guess I would support 12 for discussion. Again, being clear, I've conceptually come around to that idea, but there are some serious things that I haven't had a chance to discuss yet on this, so I would support discussion for now. Also.
Commissioner Kramer?
I'm also down for a road chat. I'd like to hear what the other commissioners have to say because I've been asked and I would really enjoy kind of a discussion surrounding it. So I'm all for discussion.
Keeping in mind that we do finally have to make the decision on this because the health department needs to know.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I don't hear any concern about discussion today and moving it forward. Fine with that?
Yes.
Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, just to make sure we understand, you have suggested, Commissioner Lautner, to remove 4A and B from this meeting. I know that the administrator was planning on this discussion on that and handing some stuff out, and then we were going to try to schedule a committee of the whole meeting. I think we can still do that as a part of the administrative report.
Yeah.
So 4A and B with the discussion
Is that okay?
along with 12. I think, I mean, that's for the same point. Commissioner Kramer, yeah, let's hear about it. So we can.
Or even, well, it doesn't really, we really don't have to discuss it today. We're going to move it to a committee of the whole, and that's one step further that we might get an attorney-client privilege letter and go into closed session on these, since they do impact some pretty hard-fought negotiations.
Okay, so you really, your motion is to,
Just remove it.
remove it from the agenda.
But I do agree with you that administrator, she has a handout that obviously that can come under her report or afterwards.
Well, let's take it off of 4A and B and ask the administrator to address that as the administrative report. Anything else?
Motion to approve is to add modified.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you. We do have an agenda. This time we have an administrator's report.
Okay. Well, I usually like to start out my report with some kudos. And at this point, I'd like to first thank the community members who have presented their names to serve on various committees for the county. I anticipate the board will make a decision on those appointments over the next either today's meeting and through next week's meeting. So thank you all for those that have agreed to serve. I also want to thank special kudos to the Board of Commissioners. They've been working very hard to address the budget for 2024 with additional meetings coming up. So as well as our department heads who have been providing valuable input to the process. So appreciate them. Particularly, I want to thank the board. This is, I think, an unprecedented budget agenda today, with over 500 pages of material for them to review. So it's been a bit like cramming for a midterm or something even more intense than that. So appreciate that. We've talked a little bit with, I've talked a little bit with the chairman in terms of helping to provide some guidance on how to move forward with some of these projects and request executive summaries for some of these so that it helps the board going forward. In terms of project updates, we are still waiting for the HVAC RFPs to come in for HVAC 2 and 3. And we'll have that information in October, and the board will be able to make some important decisions going forward on the budget and expenditures. I will be bringing forward at next week's meeting an EBS for another heat pump for the circuit court offices. So we continue to see those heat pumps that were part of the original construction about 15 years ago, now starting to continue to need to be addressed. So that will be coming forward. In terms of upcoming events and dates, I wanted to mention two things. Last year, 2022, before I came on board, the Board of Commissioners passed a resolution to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day in October. And there's a plaque that has been constructed and it will be installed later this month. And we are looking at holding a brief ceremony for Tuesday, October 3rd, following the County Board of Commissioners meeting. So we have talked with the tribe about this. We're just trying to get some details worked out. It'll be a small ceremony, but just to recognize the Indigenous people in our community and their contribution to what we all enjoy here. So please mark your calendars for that. I also, October 17th or 18th, the county will be hosting, as part of a goal to outline a statewide plan to develop a regional active transportation plan and investment strategy for MDOT. They will be holding a public session to talk about the existing facilities such as our trails, the TART Trail and various other trails as part of a non-motorized and active transportation infrastructure. So again, that is being planned for, I'll confirm the dates, but October 17th or 18th are two of the dates that we're looking at to hold events here at the county, at the government center. In regards to the human resources, the board has been presented with two different policies, one regarding the personnel policy update. You have that. This is based on feedback that the board had given in regards to this plan. It was, as discussed, to hold a committee of the whole meeting to discuss the policies, particularly because of the in-depth discussions that need to happen, as Commissioner Lautner has mentioned. The other component is the voluntary medical leave donation policy. This has been vetted by both legal and Raymond's specialist in HR regarding the IRS component of this. So I do believe it has been fully vetted. I would ask the board to please review this. This is at the board's request that we brought this back. And so until we have an active policy, I do believe that we have some limitations on moving forward with any requests coming forward. So that being said, I think that completes my report.
Questions for the administrator?
The leave policy, I would assume that you could continue with past practice until we revise.
Practices against IRS regulations.
Are there things that you, tweaks that you can do to be within, because I noticed this isn't the only way. There's a sentence in there saying one of the options or something like that. Is there a small tweak you can do to make it apply while we work on a long-term policy? I guess I'd like you to think, consider that instead of a discussion right now. I would ask that you look at that.
The attorney has advised us not to continue what we were doing, and until we have that session.
All I'm just saying is there an aspect that could be changed to make it legal in the meantime while we figure out the long-term policy.
But we have to meet to talk about it to make that happen.
But she could investigate that part.
Anything else for the administrator? Thank you. We'll have to schedule a committee of the whole meeting. The responsible for 87 pages of our board book, Dr. DeYoung. Dr. DeYoung is here to give us a medical examiner's update. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Is this on? You can hear me. Okay. Sometimes you have to tap them or something. So I am Dr. DeYoung, and I think there may be some new commissioners since last year. Okay, so I'm the medical examiner. I actually come up here from Kalamazoo County, where I'm the medical examiner for 12 counties. Currently that most of them are in Southwest, but we skip up and have Muskegon, Mason, and Grand Traverse and Leelanau. And I also know you have a very long agenda, so I'll keep this short today. But how this works up here, and I'm sure you've heard from Wendy, who had another obligation this morning from Wendy Hirschenberger. There's a joint agreement between Grand Traverse and Leelanau. We have investigators up here that are employed by Grand Traverse County, and the funding comes in from Leelanau. But they respond to the scenes of the death so that we can gather that information. Most deaths are natural. Most of them can be released directly to the funeral home. But if there's additional examination that's needed, we have a transport service, and that exam is done in Kalamazoo. We also have a very good working relationship with Munson Hospital. They're a great community partner up here for storage of decedents and that whole piece. So things are running very well. I'll just say in the office, we have one pathology position open right now that we're recruiting for. There's a severe shortage of forensic pathologists, and recruiting is very difficult, but we continue. We have the National Associations of Medical Examiners, we're meeting in October, and I plan to be on full recruiting mode. I'm currently the president of that organization, so I have a platform to recruit. I won't take advantage of it, but our staffing is going well. We had a new CT scan donated to us that actually is, we didn't have a CT scanner before. That is now fully operational, and it really aids us in gathering information and can help us decrease the number of autopsies we need to do, because sometimes with a full CT scan, we can do that. So that's been very beneficial. I think one of the other things that we find really valuable up here, for the third year in a row, our department's received a grant from the state of Michigan to have elder death review teams, and we don't have them in all the counties, but we do include, one of our teams is Grand Traverse and Leelanau. And which is, it's actually been very valuable. This team up here, which has people from prosecutor's office, law enforcement, the area agency on aging for Northwest Michigan, adult protective services, just all of the, to look at, we review the deaths of elderly people that have, obviously that were in Leelanau County when they passed. And if we see any indication that there may have been neglect, abuse, or just even if it was self-neglect or a hoarding problem, to look to see were there resources available, were there gaps? It's not to point fingers at people, but to try and improve and looking at the problems for care of the elderly. Of course, we still have the child death review team, and I'll be testifying this week in Michigan to get an opioid death review team as well. So things in Leelanau are pretty stable from year to year. We have kind of, the deaths sort of rose through the pandemic. They haven't quite come down to pre-pandemic levels yet. And I'm not sure why that's happened. That happened largely in all of the counties. The deaths went up and they really haven't come back down, the number of deaths per year. So our mortality is still high. But other than that, things are going well. I think that in the back, where we have the comparison between the counties, I thought it was really interesting that the county that you're closest to, Osceola, in population, you had the same number of deaths in the county, both had 204. So it does, the more people that are here. Mason's pretty close, but Mason also has a hospital, and people go to Mason to die, and that's how it's counted, is where they died. So I'll keep this really brief, like I mentioned, and just open it up for questions if anybody wonders how things are going. All right.
Oh, no, nothing. Just please.
Oh, well, thank you. Nice to meet you too. And the other thing I want to mention is that since you said that, on the front page of your report in your packet no, it's not the front page. It must be on the second page. There is a phone number there. And on page 5 is my email. And if you ever hear from one of your constituents that something's not going well, they can't get a death certificate, they don't know, whatever that is, I always hope that it doesn't rise to the level where someone has to go to the county commissioner. But if it does, please call, because we're very focused on service to the families. We like them to not even remember that we were part of it because things went so smoothly. But if there is ever an issue, please let us know, contact me. And you have all those numbers, and you can ask to speak with me, and we'll take care of it. And because I don't want anybody to have to go through all that, but if they ever get to the point where they're contacting you, maybe they're your neighbor and they just mention it, just give us a call.
I do have and thank you for your work.
Oh, thank you.
That the numbers for 26 to 64 were up in 2020 and 2021. And they stayed on page 54. They stayed up.
Which
For Leelanau, page
Yep.
54, 2021. Ages, so reported by age being the.
Okay. I'm in Kalamazoo. Hold on. Deaths reported by age.
45 to 64, it went up in 2020. What is he to see 26 to 44-year-olds? And 45 to 64.
Myocarditis is, are you seeing a lot of myocarditis?
Like myocarditis?
I don't know.
That's all right, like
Sure.
inflammation,
I might be
heart.
right and you might be wrong, you know. I'm
That's
not-
right, no, it's all right. It's like being in court with the lawyers trying to come up with medical words. We're not seeing a lot of that, no, not a lot of cardiac type things, not sudden deaths in them, yeah.
The media suggests that we're seeing increases in suicide rates across the region, but I don't see that from the data this year.
We are not, no. The numbers just aren't really up. I mean, you know, sometimes there's little spurious increases, but overall, and even through the whole pandemic, there were definitely some pandemic related suicides. But the total numbers didn't rise.
And I wonder if the deaths in those ages that I'm seeing is. could that be-
Well, there are some drug deaths, but not a lot. I mean, we actually had sort of an increase in motor vehicle related fatalities, you know, it went from 1 to 4. You've never had it that high. And those might be part of those deaths in that age group that, you know, kind of that 25. I could look into that. So you're mostly interested in the,
I was just curious, you know.
yeah, okay, all right. Well, if you have a burning, you know, if you're looking at it and you have a question, shoot me an email
Okay.
and I'll look into it. Yeah.
No, I also just had a similar question. When you look at the number and if you could drill down, you know, we've got in the 45 to 64, that's a wide age spread. So we're the 12, was it 120, 145-year-old and 11 63-year-olds. And,
Yeah, that's right.
you know, considering that we have the heaviest population of elderly people in the state. So
Yeah,
unfortunately,
Yeah, what's happening
that's
there?
probably a number we may not be able to bring down anytime, at the rate we're growing in that population.
right. Yeah, and then, you know,
Yeah, or the drop motorcycles over on themselves and stuff all the time, and it's really sad.
That's not funny.
you be careful.
Any other questions?
No,
for
I
Dr.
thank you
Young?
for.
All right,
This has been a great relationship with us up here, considering
Yeah.
we don't have your facilities up here, so. it's-
right. Yeah, so we're happy to keep this relationship, so. All right, thank you.
Thank you for a very thorough report.
Thank you, Doctor.
And enjoy your time at the Michigan.
Absolutely, yes.
Now, we can get all the reports that short, we'll be out of here by 10.
Next on our agenda, Michelle Klein. Thank you, Michelle, for being here.
With that statement about quick reports, I'll be really quick.
Michelle's
I'd love for you all to get out of here by tonight.
in the board book. It's on page 90. If you're looking for it. Thank you.
That's right. It's fine. I didn't get to think. That's right, individually. Okay. So here I am again. You have in your packets our proposed 2024 early childhood work plan and budget. There aren't any significant changes from this current year, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have about that. So, and I thought this morning I'd just take a couple of minutes rather than sharing. I usually share like the numbers and the events and things like that. And we'll be getting that to you in October at the end of the quarter anyway. So I thought that today I'd just take a minute to share a couple of stories or examples of the families that we've served in our community. So this is quick, and I will be quick. So, okay, so one of the families, yeah,
This is important. Don't be too.
this is important. I won't be that quick, but there's a 5-minute limit, right? So anyway, so one example, so we have a home visitor that's worked with one of our families for about 1.5 years now. This is a single parent. She developed a debilitating illness, therefore impacted her ability to work. Needless to say, then she was living with, not only the physical stress of what was going on with her, but a lot of financial stress too. And this home visitor was able to work side by side with her through this period of time, connect her with concrete resources to make sure she had food and heat and those things that she needs, and also to be there to provide that emotional support to help her be the best parent she could be, even on those days she was feeling just so overwhelmed with everything else going on in her life. And this is a relatively commonplace, sad to say, experience of our home visitors, that they're there to support our families through the day-to-day challenges. Another example, so we have a parent that just shared in one of our play groups recently that this was the only time she's able to get out of the house and have adult interaction. This is another thing we hear pretty frequently from parents that come to our groups. Those social connections we know are so important and can be really challenging in our rural communities. Another example is a grandparent who is now parenting their grandchildren and coming to play groups. This grandparent really didn't know what was available for young kids. This was new to her. So through the play groups was able to connect not only with other families and other kids, but also get some information on what sort of resources were available. One of which was, in fact, just learning about the GSRP preschool programs and being able to get that grandchild enrolled so she could start this fall. So we have another family that was concerned about some eyesight issues and physical things going on with her child's eyes, and our parenting communities workers were able to connect them with the infancy program at Insight Optometry, so the child could then get the full evaluation and the follow-up that she needed. One other example I want to give you, or just a little hint of what we do is, so connecting over the summer, our parenting communities team partnered with Leelanau Christian Neighbors to distribute food bags to our families throughout the summer. So these are the families that were enrolled in parenting communities and were experiencing food insecurity. And I think, gosh, every week there were probably maybe 15, I'm going to say, families that they were helping get food to. So, and then the last thing I want to share with you is a little bit of an excerpt from a letter that we received. And this is from a family that we were seeing through parenting communities. And this was a family that, they have jobs and there's 2 parents in the household and financial stability, but still had struggles. In autumn, one of our workers, who's a nurse and also our breastfeeding specialist, had been working with them to help with some breastfeeding issues. And then there's some other physical complications that came up that she helped them sort out. So I'm not reading the whole letter, but just as a little brief excerpt here. So autumn and the early childhood services provided by BLDHD were invaluable to my experience as a mother with 2 young children. Many times she has literally saved my spirit during the often isolating and misunderstood time of postpartum recovery and parenting. It's been the most vulnerable time in my and my husband's lives, and we owe part of our coping and perseverance to Autumn's steady, wise support. So this is certainly a testament to Autumn, who's awesome, if any of you know her. But really this whole parenting communities team and the work that they do every day, supporting our families in whatever way they need to be supported in order to be, really be the best parents that they can be. So there you go. There's a few stories. Are there any questions about any of this, the work we do, the budget, work plan?
I am just very, very glad that this resource is available for our young families. It's incredibly important for new moms, new dads who do or don't have family around. Not only the care and the advice for someone who knows, but just the interaction with other people as well. So thank you for what you do.
We certainly find, I think that so many families have struggles that they just don't share with others widely. And so it's nice to have that connection and that person that they can call, even if initially they don't reach out, they might 6 months later, they know who to call. So it's been really impactful for sure in the community. As far as the budget goes, I just want to just let you know, because I know it's coming up, the times when you set your millage rates and such. So that is, I think, a fairly accurate budget. The one thing that may not be is our health insurance and that's in the fringe benefits category. So we've just started exploring next year, and it looks like it's probably going to be an 18% increase. We don't know for sure yet what that looks like. So just to keep that in mind. Yes.
One of your, and thank you for the parenting committees, but one of the tasks you outlined for us in terms of goals for parenting committees is better access to mental health. Can you reference some progress in that? Because we all hear that that's a real challenge in the lockout.
Yeah, and and it continues to be, and I know I had, and thank you for that reminder too, because I had submitted a proposal to look at some way to help support we have a couple of mental health providers that see our young families and our specialists. They have infant mental health endorsements. Unfortunately, the Medicaid reimbursement is so low and has decreased, which means that they have either can no longer take any families with Medicaid or can only take those, very limited numbers. So what we were proposing is there a way that we could use our early childhood millage dollars to help support those families that need mental health services, that impacts the parenting of their young children? And is there a way we can support that financially? Maybe a cost sharing or something, some kind of a process to help the reimbursement rates for Medicaid. So, and I think you all did, receive some information from the attorney review. And I don't know, Deb, if this is something we should discuss now or later, or where we want to go with
I'll
that.
forward that to them. I
Oh,
don't
okay.
remember that. I apologize if I did not send that, but I thought I did in regards to a legal opinion. There's been so much information shared over the last couple days. So
Clearly,
let me go back and
500-page
check on that.
packet, yeah.
If I have not, I will make sure and forward that.
Okay. Yeah, it would be wonderful if you all could have that discussion internally, and I'm certainly always available to provide more input and information.
Commissioner Butler.
Where are your financials?
For year to date, is that what you're asking?
Well, we need to see year to date, what is your fund balance?
Right now, I'll tell you, Jody just returned from a 3-week vacation. So I don't have the up-to-date financials. The end of the quarter is September 30th. So we'll be getting you our FSRs and the reports, the quarterly reports at that time.
Jimmy.
Who would you be working with or partnering with for the mental health piece?
Right now, we're looking at Amanda Stowe and Emily Kohler are the two Leelanau County therapists that are infant mental health endorsed and see those moms and dads.
And they have availability and access. It's a challenge all across the board.
Right. Well, and that's still certainly an issue. I mean, not having enough therapists in the waits to get in, but it's a small step we can take. Because we know now those families with Medicaid are just, the door slams in their face again and again and again when they try to get mental health care. Yeah, there is a lot of work regionally that's going on in the whole behavioral health area up here to try to, how do we recruit therapists? How do we get them to stay up here? And so, we're making some strides in that area. And I'm happy to say our schools right now are in a fairly good place. They're all getting some support. There's still the need for actual therapists, but we've been really fortunate so far. We've got some great folks on board to work in our schools.
Commissioner Rush.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I personally, if I didn't have my play group when I was raising my 3 kids in a rural community without an adult within 500 miles, that was my family member, I wouldn't have survived. And I did volunteer last year to help with daycare during some work sessions that the parents went to. Are there those opportunities still out there?
Yes,
Okay.
there are.
And are you full with enough volunteers? or-
So, oh, well, that's a great question. So, yeah, so I think you may be talking about Families Together, which is, it's kind of a parenting education type of an event. It happens on Monday nights at the Leelanau Children's Center. Five Loaves, Two Fish provides food, which is fabulous. It's a great partnership with both of those organizations. Families come, they have a meal, there's a little activity they do with their kids, and then the kids go in one space, the parents in another, and they talk about whatever the topic is of the day. I am not sure where they are with volunteers, but I certainly will ask. If you volunteered before, I'm surprised they haven't reached out to you again. So when I go back to the office, I'll just check and
Just
let 'em
thinking
know.
to this grandparent thing, you know, if you don't have grandkids, but you're a grandparent age, I know we're out there. I'm out there.
yeah.
So I really encourage every group that I talk to utilize volunteer support in the community. Yeah, I just really feel very strongly that
We
just
appreciate
ask,
that.
do the asks.
We appreciate that. That can definitely be a challenge when we do that. And Mom Power is another one. That's a mental health intervention that's really intensive for 10 weeks, but very difficult to find the volunteers that can commit to 10 weeks. So thank you for volunteering. We appreciate that.
Commissioner Ward.
Yes, ma'am, 350 children, which is fantastic. Any idea on how many families that you guys into?
You know what? I do, but I didn't bring the data with me today. I can send that with you. I want to say,
70, 80?
no, it's more than that. It's about 100, maybe 150.
Yeah, if you get a chance next time. That's just-
Absolutely, yeah. I should have brought the numbers anyway. I started out saying I'm not going to share numbers today because I usually do, but I can even email it to you all. We'll be running the reports at the end of September.
Bring it back with the report.
We'll bring it back. I'll make sure you get it for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Any other questions for Michelle?
No, just another comment, and that is, you know, your numbers are great, but you continue to not split out of county children enjoying these services. I think that would be really important to split out those numbers. So.
We could do, I could do that. Yeah, it is very small. We do require, at this point, we have electronic registration and we ask every family to register, you know, for all of the events they're coming. And it's very clearly Leelanau County only. So it's been, you know, relatively easy to, absolutely. Yep. We've worked out some great processes. So there are very, very few out of county kids that come to any events.
Michelle, one of the reasons that I got excited about this program is because I'm an educator and the kindergarten readiness issue is important.
Mhm.
What are you hearing from schools about kids that participate in your parenting communities program in terms of their readiness for school?
That's a great question as well. And we put together a little kindergarten readiness booklet. And we did an event in the spring for families to come to help their kids be ready. You know, what do they need? And really for all ages. So right now, Ty, we don't have great information yet. What we do know from our surveys we did last year is that schools were seeing that these kids they were behind in their, you know, not their reading, but their social emotional skills and their literacy where it should be at that stage, pre-kindergarten. So those are the goals that we're tackling through the work we do every day with Parenting Communities programming. And so I'm very interested to see the school year, as we know, has just started. So, you know, to be able to go back and evaluate and see if we're making a dent and making a difference in some of those areas the kids are behind on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else for Michelle? Thank you very
Okay,
much.
all right. Thank you all.
That takes us down to our first public comment opportunity for the meeting. We will have another opportunity at the end of the meeting. Public comments at the beginning of the meeting are limited to those that speak to the agenda that we're talking about today. So if you have something to say to us about any of the agenda that we have just approved, we'd be happy to hear you, and we thank you for coming.
Is item 9 still on the agenda?
Item 9 is on the agenda.
Okay, I don't know if you pull them off. I was not sure if those were the ones that were on the agenda or everything that's written on here is on the agenda. Action items.
Bill, you came in a couple minutes late, but we eliminated a couple items, but that item is on the agenda. This is public comment opportunity.
Yes, I'd like to take it.
I don't believe election integrity is on the agenda today.
It is precisely, this is, she's got in this, on this, it says,
We're not going to debate that. I would look to my colleagues here, but my ruling would be that this is better for the end of the meeting.
it's electionreporting.com. It says it's powered by election source. It goes directly to Dominion voting machines. And if you want to
I
contact.
will defer to the board, that I hear from commissioners about this. We have approved as a board that we wanted to limit public comments to the agenda. I believe that this is an appropriate post-meeting agenda, public comment.
It's listed right here on the
I would
handout.
agree, because I'm not sure Mr. Wiesner understands, this is just a system for displaying results for county residents, that's all it is. It's just a website that will show it, display results better. So I agree with you that this is not
I
appropriate.
I
It's not appropriate.
disagree and I would err on the side of caution in case he's absolutely correct. If he does want to talk elections, we have elections on the agenda.
Anybody else? Yes, Jimmy.
I feel like if Mr. Wiesner feels this is an issue that is something that he needs to speak about, I think it's our job as the board to listen.
I will allow this public comment. I do want to remind the public that we passed this so we could get to the business of the county. And I hope that each week, each meeting, we don't run into challenges like this. If there's some questions about the public comment, I'd be happy to talk to them about this afterwards. But Mr. Wiesner, you're welcome to make your public comment this morning. Thanks for the advice from the board.
Thank you. Bill Wiesner, Elmwood Township. And I didn't know exactly what this was. This is a printout that the website that's mentioned right on the agenda. And it says electionreporting.com and it says powered by election source. So I looked up election source. It goes to the Secretary of State's office. It says voting equipment vendor contact information. For all voting equipment questions, use the following contact information. Dominion Voting Equipment and Systems, please direct any questions or concerns to election source, which is mentioned right on the website, which was mentioned in the agenda. So very appropriate. And there's taking time from your busy agenda. You know, I do appreciate the time to talk and I can see when way down, but there's nothing more important than this topic of election integrity. And there's nothing you'll discuss this year more important than rule of, for, and by the people. And this is Dominion voting machine right here. This is the Crime Summit. If you go to frankspeech.com and Google Crime Summit, you'll find all the whole 2 days show. I hope you guys got a chance to watch part of it. But here's a transcript, just a few excerpts showing that the machines are online. This was, do you swear to tell the truth? The guy put him under oath. John Polos, the Dominion CEO, said voting systems are by design to be used as closed systems that are not networked. They are not connected to the internet. John Polos, a little bit, he was asked on election day in a precinct, are your machines hooked to the internet? He said, no, not by any stretch. We go through a number of certifications, government certifications, and the first one is at the federal level and such. He's asked, but then it goes to Eric Coomer. He's the Dominion Vice President of Strategy and Security. And it says, he's asked, is a cellular modem that, it's a transcript, so a feed, I'm not sure, but can be configured a VPN? That's what he says it is. Well, they're not tied to the internet, somebody says. Eric says currently in Chicago, it's not Chicago, that was a mistitude, but we've worked with Verizon to secure the network. And the final question was, what wireless chipset / modem does the hardware have? Eric Coomer says, we support a variety. Thank you for considering this.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, thank you for your patience. Any other public comment? Yes, Ms. Bailey.
Lois Bailey, Village of Sutton's Bay. So I wear a variety of hats. Today I have my Solid Waste Council hat on. On your agenda, there's going to be a recommendation to raise the yearly recycling fee from $29 to $30. As you probably know, the state is asking us to update our solid waste plan to a materials management plan, which will include composting. When you look at our fee increases over the years, it changed from $27 to $29 a year in 2016. The last time this was on a ballot, the citizens voted 80% plus to increase our fee opportunity from 29 to 35 as we needed it. Anticipating changes in our recycling plan, it seems better to do this in small increments than make a large jump in that increase. So that's the reason for our request to increase from $29 to $30. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment this morning? Yes, sir.
I'm Harry Steffens. I'm a precinct delegate in Leelanau Township. I've got issue with two items on the agenda. Now, number one is, like Bill said, the Dominion machines. But what I wanted, the angle I want to take is stop wasting our money. Why in the heck did you buy those stupid machines in the first place? We don't need them. We counted ballots here in this country for 200 years without that stupid machine. And now you're going to turn around and give Dominion more money? Give it up. Forget the darn things. So that's my advice. And the other thing is, I'm still upset about that health department business. Now, I rented years ago, I rented an office space down here in Lake Leelanau for a business I had. And I had to go in there, and all I needed was a place to put a desk and a phone and a file cabinet. And I had to go in there, and I had to move walls around in order to have space to put that desk and a file cabinet. But it never occurred to me to ask the landlord to bear that expense. I'm renting the space. I ain't asking him to help me with my business. Anyway, it doesn't make any sense to me. And the amount of money that you're talking about giving these people doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, what do they need? They need a desk, a file cabinet, a phone, and now maybe, okay, they need a computer nowadays. Well, how many doggone desks and computers are you going to put in that room? And why in the heck does it cost almost $200,000? I forget the number, but you know where I'm coming from. It just looks like a big waste of money to me. And my advice is stop wasting money. This is not a time for us to be wasting money. We need to be more frugal, what's the word I'm looking for? Efficient. Anyway, that's my opinion. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else wish to make public comment? Laura's first.
Laura Schaub, Solon Township, Laura Tarsa, Solon Township.
I feel the same way today.
Morning. Yeah, coffee's still sinking in. Coffee's still sinking in. I appreciate your time for looking at all these items. You've got a long day today. First off, which one was first? The K-9 expansion project. I would rather, and I haven't looked into it, I just saw it on the top of the agenda. I would rather support K-9 expansion for our sheriff's department deputies and that ability than I would surveillance cameras all over the county. That's just a note on that. The lower level expansion, I do think it's a very good idea to rent out that space down there that's being used as a fitness center / recycling space. I mean, I do think that it's a great opportunity. I am very concerned about the math, so please help me with that. Because I would like to see when hopefully you're looking at that today as a discussion and not a decision yet, because that would be very important. Yet there's still way too much to clean up on that. $358,000 some dollars to build out walls and doors for office space. I realize there's a bathroom in there. The design looks very nice. But I still don't see why we need to bear that cost. At the very least, we should break even, not expend over $180,000 in our own cost to be. So I'd like to also see the list of what benefits you're thinking are coming from the health department being in there to us. Like I said, if we're renting it like a normal business would calculate the math, where you earn enough to at least pay your bills, and maybe that expansion, the use of that space should provide for improvement of the HVAC system that I hear is still a little bit cumbersome. Those kind of thoughts should be considered before going into a lease where the tenant doesn't even pay rent for 10 years. I'm sorry, the math is not the math program I learned in school. So please do a lot more diligence on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you all for your service. I know your jobs are very tedious and I appreciate all your patience with we the people, the public. What I'm concerned about is Dominion voting systems and their 18 collateralized patents with HSBC Bank, which stands for Hong Kong Shanghai Banking. And it is linked right to Beijing. So that is one of my top papers on academia. .edu. You can go to Renee Walters-Weiler and see all the information that we have pulled up on Dominion voting machines and they're linked to China. So that's something that we just can't have here in Leelanau County. We can't have China dictating our elections. The other thing, the health department, I would really like to see their budget. How did they get into a position where they are homeless right now or don't have enough room? I don't know how their budget works. I don't know, do you know how it works? Or are they in the negative? Are they in the positive? That's something we need to look at. What's going on with the health department? Why do they think that they should just move in to our basement? Reminds me of my sons who decided, oh, well, we can't really manage the real world. We're going to move into your basement. And then we want you to remodel it for us. And I said no to that. And I think we need to say no as well. The third thing is the deferred liabilities in the budget. I asked John Gallagher, the treasurer, for those. They are undefined and we need to know when looking at our budgets in the future, what is the number and of the deferred liabilities, or they mentioned lawsuits. That all needs to be figured out and the number needs to be defined. And I would like you to all consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. Rena Getzinger, Elmwood Township. I can't for the life of me figure out why you wouldn't want the health department. Here are the services they provide: food protection program, on-site sewage and water well program, existing septic system at our water well evaluation, site survey, vacant land evaluation program, public swimming pools and spas, inspection for campground programs. Also, I can't figure out why we think we should charge top dollar. If we want to charge top dollar, we could turn it into an Airbnb. This is our government building. We're here to provide services to our residents. That's what the health department does. The health department also gets our tax dollars. If we don't house a health department and they have to go find another space, then our tax dollars would now be going to a private entity that we'd be renting to. That seems nuts to me. This building is about our residents and helping our residents get services. We have a lot of elderly people in our county. Why not have a one-stop place where we can come to get permits? This only makes sense to me. So I'm hoping that you're considering doing for our residents what this building was meant to do, and that is serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Yes.
I'm learning the game.
Well, I am too.
I know. Golly, I mean, the more I learn, I'm sorry, Carrie Onan, Lake Leelanau. And I just want to thank all of you, because the more I dig in, the more I realize you guys work so hard for us. Thank you, every one of you, for all your time and effort for the rest of us. It's astounding to me, and I appreciate it very much. Okay, so let's see. Oh, on the proposed lower level build out, I do want to say that she reminded me of something, the prior speaker. I have spoken to more than one person, not deliberately, actually. They've come to me and mentioned these are people that work in the health department as it now sits. And they're confounded, they're concerned, they're a bit dismayed, actually, at the notion of splitting the health department. These are people that are dealing with our citizens that they need to care for every day, and they're helping process those people into the services. You know, they're helping the health department work. And what they've been saying to me is, but it makes no sense to split it, because right now they're able to usher people where they need to go. And so they're very concerned. They wish they wouldn't split the departments, that the whole department as it currently sits would just find its own building. I've heard it several times, and these are from people that are day in, day out having to do the work. So I thought that was kind of interesting, and it wasn't really what I planned to say just now, but I wanted to bring it up since she's talking about serving the people. And these are the people that are working day in, day out to serve those very people. So that kind of made sense to me. On this proposed lower level build out, please stop me when I'm up because I didn't time this or anything. It still kind of looks and feels like some of our commissioners are trying to force through the contract for the health department. It still doesn't look like a good contract, obviously, to a lot of us. So I'm kind of repeating, but 10 years, no rent, 8 promised parking spots, I understand, which no one else apparently has. I hope I got that right. And all of that with us, ultimately, the tax-paying property owners in this county are going to shoulder. And you know, that's something you'll hear again and again from me. I love the idea of helping people, but overburdening the people that are paying for it makes absolutely no sense. Eventually we go broke doing that. And so again, many of us are wondering, what's the rush? Why the big push? I agree with Ms. Tarsa that it still feels like a lot of good due diligence needs to happen before this goes forward, and maybe just, you know, tweaking it. If we have to do it, it just feels like tweaking needs to happen. Oh, also, Commissioner Algeier has mentioned a couple times legal opinions. Is there anywhere we can find these legal opinions when they're mentioned? That's probably a county administrator question, but I'm very eager when you use that as a reference, if you will please give us, well, where can we find that legal opinion? Because otherwise it's just hearsay to our ears. That's it. Thank you very much, you
Thank you.
guys. Appreciate it.
The administrator will get back to you on your question. Any other public comment this morning? Yes.
Jill Wellman, Centerville Township. It was my understanding that the health department had to vacate where they are. So to say that they could just stay where they are together, it seems to me incorrect. Maybe I'm wrong. So if one of the groups that requires, or one of the departments that requires people to come in for permits and things like that is here, and you need to go somewhere else in the area to get permits in this building, then it seems like that's a more logical step. That part of the health department that's serving people, say for shots or for vaccines or stuff, maybe you don't want that kind of traffic all the time, because I know when we have gone to get things, it can be pretty busy. But the part of the health department that actually would serve and work with other groups in the government center seems like would be a very good thing for people, and they would appreciate a one-stop shop. So that's my.
Thank you. Anybody else? We want to thank you for coming. We want to thank you for being respectful, and also thank you for being patient. We will have a second public comment opportunity at the end of this meeting. At this time, we are going to our commissioner comments. Any commissioner comments? Then we will go to our first action item, and then we have the sheriff and the undersheriff here. We did recognize first responders yesterday. You were not here, but thank you for your service.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
We recognized you, but you weren't here.
I guess that's first I heard about it. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'd rather be recognized for that than other things. Okay, two items. I guess the first would be the K-9 program expansion. So by expansion, we're not talking about additional cost to the county. We had Under Sheriff Kiesel run 2 K-9 fundraiser golf outings. We're very, very successful. A lot of support from the community about our dog program. Remember, the dogs are the things that are a barrier between fentanyl and methamphetamine, the rest of the stuff infecting our kids and our community, as well as a situation like you have in Pennsylvania right now, where you have a convicted, murderer and convicted twice of murder, and they can't find them. They need more dogs there. So bottom line is, we do have access to 1 dog now. This will give us a second dog, pretty much put 1 on day shift and 1 night shift. So it's a really good thing. Doesn't cost the county anything. So we're just looking for your support. You all were, those of you who are on the board, a few of you knew about the success we had with Nico and Greg Horncole, his handler, and we're getting the same service out of Ryan Lott and Klaus. And it's nice to have them. I was at Northport School yesterday, Sutton Space School. I was at Leland School. The day before I was at Pathfinder. And I'll be going to Glen Lake this afternoon. We're in the schools a lot with our boots. And invariably when I'm in there, they'll say, hey, you can bring the dog in sometime. And that's a dog handler's job. So it's kind of a pet me dog for the kids, but they get used to it. They get used to seeing our boots in the schools, our support for the schools. And I'm telling you, about half of the teachers we talk to say, guy, can you bring the dog back? They really like it. And it makes them comfortable. It has a dual purpose of also run the dog down senior hallway or junior hallway, make sure there's no drugs in the lockers, at which time we normally turn that over to the schools, let them deal with it. And if they want us to prosecute, we will, but we don't push that end of it. We try to get the dog in the school as a friend of the kids, as well as a tool for the teachers, administrators to be sure the schools are clean of drugs. So asking for your support for that.
Yes, Commissioner Lutton.
Well, I would echo your comments. Our K-9 program has been wildly successful in this county as far as the public is concerned. There's a lot of support for it. I have to tell you, every time you are in the schools, I do get a phone call because the grandkids are always super excited because they have to pet the sheriff's dog, and it's always a real big deal to the young kids in school. So I do appreciate that.
So, and I do especially appreciate the connection we have with our schools, not just the canine program, but all total. So obviously the night dog wouldn't be doing schools.
Oh, yes, actually, if I could interrupt for a second. So you think of when your football games are, think of when your basketball games are, your girls volleyball, your softball games, your baseball games that run right up till pretty much dusk. So there's also school boards. When you have a tense school board situation, sometimes it's nice to have a canine available. And if nothing else, it just shows the softer side of us as well as ability to react to things. So it does have a component. And remember, these dogs are cross-trained. So if you have Alzheimer's and you wander away from the house, if you're a young kid with autism, we know that kids, through the additional trainings we do, we know that kids or people with autism in general gravitate toward water. They gravitate toward gravel pits, pools, streams, lakes. And it's nice to be able to go out and put a track on people. So it is dual purpose, but also for the drug element as well. Both of these dog situations, they're not trained for bomb handling because we don't have major airports, we don't have major malls or infrastructure. We're doing them both because we feel the biggest threat we have right now to our youth in the community would be methamphetamine, cocaine, and fentanyl. And we had some recent deaths that would support that. And we just now are in a case where a child was taken to Munson and the child would be removed from the home, but the child had cocaine and methamphetamine in the system. And this is a child under 10. So it's in our community, it's around, so it's got a dual purpose.
You did, well, you leapfrogged to where I was going with that. I had not thought about the school, after school events to school. I had been thinking classroom only, so thank you for that. It's a very good point also. Yes, for the dual purpose, then I see I can see your argument for having a day and night with all the reasons that you just gave to where I was going to go. My question would be, so you've got an officer on nights, because I know you've got day and night officers, and I imagine you've got seniority, et cetera. So you've got an officer willing to stay on nights. So what if that officer switches to days? And are all the costs, where we take all the ancillary costs for the deputy from, there's Sean's back there, so it's happy. Can we take all those ancillary costs that would be associated with bringing a second handler in from our canine donation fund?
Our fund, so our fund is approximately $50,000 right now to get the pre-trained dog. These dogs come from Europe, they're trained, and then the handlers, when they're selected, and we've already selected a new handler, they will go do the training. The dog is 17,000. The operation and change out to the vehicle and the cost for the ancillary cost, leashes, body armor, things like that for the dog, that's approximately $2,000 more. And then the vehicles like 9,000 conversion.
Short of 10.
And we just, on our new vehicles when we decided that we should go this direction, our intent is to take one of the new vehicles and convert it one time. So we get the 100,000+ miles out of it, rather than take the existing handler that we have chosen and modify that car, which may only have 40,000 on it, cause us to have to refurbish it. So we would put that canine deputy into a new car. So the costs are all covered, and we still have money in this account for a future dog, as well as just, let's say this afternoon, dogs are out on a track or looking for somebody, run through a barbed wire fence, got a $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 bill at hospital, we've got it covered. So because of that canine fundraiser you approved, by the way, we will be back in December to ask to approve for next year's. That'll be our third straight, and we're doing very well with that. The public and the golf outing is very, very supportive.
Commissioner Redfern, and Commissioner Kramer.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve allowing the Sheriff's Office to purchase an additional canine from Fresh Coast Canine LLC in the amount of $17,000, and further authorize the Sheriff's Office to outfit a patrol vehicle for canine use and purchase equipment necessary to expand the canine program. Funds to come from 225.301.727.005.
Support. Discussion.
Before we go and vote on this, two things. Earlier this week, I found a syringe in my driveway. I live on Cherry Bend Road, and I feel like that was a very eye-opening moment. It's also very scary because I have little kids.
Yep.
Second thing is, when I was a reporter, I put the suit on and went into the building and had the dog come in and I can only imagine how much that would protect you guys in the face of some sort of situation where you have to send the dogs in first.
Right.
Because they're super effective
Yeah.
and I'm glad you guys got this program, so,
Thank you.
yeah.
Appreciate that.
I like the program too, and Officer Lott spends a lot of time in North Fort Leon Township, and it's fun to see him. I had suggested to our administrator that we put this on a budget budget meeting, because I anticipated some future vet expenses, staffing expenses, but you're saying everything is going to be covered.
To get it off the ground, yes, 100%.
Yeah, yep. Kuna Matata, whatever they said in Lion King. It's kind of a leave alone thing with this canine golf outing continuing. It's self-funded. There's so much support for canines in the community, and people can see, whether they're watching TV or they have interaction schools, or we come to look for your grandfather who wandered off in the woods. They can see the effects. So we have very little problem getting people to help us with a canine fundraiser. So far we're solvent good and look positive. The undersheriff committed for me to do it for 3 years to run the golf outing. This would be the 3rd year. So now that we're going to have 2 deputies, hopefully running that, we're going to sort of transition that to the canine deputies, sort of do the fundraiser for us each year. But we see it as very positive and a no cost to the county.
I mean, other costs that aren't here, like the 5 weeks of training. I mean, so there's travel and that kind of thing. That's already in our budget. So that'll be covered too. Now, it won't come from the canine. It'll come out of the regular standard budget, but we have more than enough to cover those expenses.
Commissioner,
Who's your new handler?
Mr. Jordan Strope,
Wow.
whose father is Scott Fewens, and Scott's a former sheriff of Grand Traverse County. He was one of our deputies for years. He's retired. Jordan came on, and Jordan's doing a good job. He's a very hard worker. He's a great, big, strong college football player guy who's real kind. He loves kids, and we expect him to be in the school doing some pep me stuff with the kids, as well as, narcotics enforcement. But I think one of the biggest things about that dog is that connection to the community. It is a connection that everybody loves dogs. Ryan was at the car show with me at the Grand Traverse Band, and there was a line of people waiting to talk to him, bring their kids, pet the dogs, and things like that. It's a good bond for us to them. We're not scary people. We're here to help.
Looking forward to him coming in with the dog here one of these days. Outstanding place.
Great.
All the road trip.
Thanks.
One final comment, coming from Cedar, Chet and I always made sure these dogs were Polish. Will this be a Polish dog?
Well, it's interesting. They're German shepherds, right? There's a species called a Malinois that's kind of hyper. They're good for the Marine Corps, overseas combat, but they're good if they're a good dog, but sometimes they can be a little bit hyper. There's different types of shepherds as well. We're going with a standard German shepherd. They generally come from Italy, where Nico was from, Poland or Germany. They're from one of the Eastern European countries, and their training, their handling and breeding is different than ours. So using this Fresh Coast canine now, Ian Paganailer is the operator for that. He's a master trainer, and he works with a kennel out of North Carolina that imports them from Europe. So the training is kind of a blended thing. And I've talked to Ian about the fact, this comes to a joke, that's why I'm getting to it. I talked to him, I really want a really nice dog. I want a dog, so like you take your family to pick a lab out in a litter, the one dog that comes up to you, licks you, hangs out with you, that's the dog you grab, right? No offense to this person who said it, but she said to me, so what can a dog do? I said, well, it takes commands in German and blah, blah, this, that, and the other. Wait a minute, she says, I have trouble teaching the kids foreign language. I can't believe a dog could learn German. I'm like, oh my God. What I meant was a command, like to do this or do that was German, but Klaus is Polish, yes, but a German shepherd. But the interesting thing is, in general, they'll do commands. They'll pick Czechoslovakian or Polish or German or Italian for a language, but they have that so they communicate one-on-one with the dog.
We have a motion on the table, and are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
And I will bring Deputy Strope in with the new dog whenever we're able to obtain that. Bring him in for a meet and greet, and everybody see the progress we're making. Okay, the second item was the out-of-state travel request. Commander Eddington, the way that's written, it's not exactly what this is. Commander Wayne Eddington is here. He's a retired state police lieutenant. He runs our marine safety program. He works basically 6 months a year here for us. And then he goes to Florida. He and his wife live in Florida. He does a service up here. So he generally leaves about October 15th-ish. We got to put all the boats away in the next month or so and get everything all squared up for the winter. They have to be winterized, shrink wrapped, put away, whatever. So we sent him to a Marine Accident Investigation School before, which when I was in DNR, we went to that. It's a fantastic school. One of the levels of school you pay for, one is free. This is a free level 2. So it's advanced marine safety accident investigation. We had a near fatal boat accident on Lake Leelanau just a few weeks ago. Near the mouth of the river, and it was about 11:30 at night. One boat basically ran over another boat. It just by maybe a foot or less, maybe would have had 3 or 4 fatalities. So nobody got hurt really bad. The boats are trashed, and we took enforcement measure and action for failing to report accidents. And there was some intoxicated operation, things like that. The point is you never know when you have that major investigation, which may involve a fatality. To have this training offered in Florida for free. Wayne has said he'd go to it, but he'd like a week of wages, which is only fair and it's within his budget. And we'd like his meals covered. As far as travel, he and his wife live about an hour from there. He said he'll throw in the travel, but other than that, he would be basically done with us October 15th. So to me, it's a no-brainer, but we know we have to go through the process. So we're here and hopefully you support that idea.
I would like to start by commending him on his career planning.
Smart man. Florida in the winter, in the summer.
And then I would move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to allow the sheriff to send Marine Commander Wayne Eddington to a level 2 boating incident analysis and reconstruction course in Savannah, Florida, the week of October 23 to 27, 2023, offered by the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, and extend Commander Eddington's seasonal employment through the final day of class, pay hotel and meals through the Marine budget with funds to come from 101-225-331-860-000.
Support.
Having said that, didn't you just say he said he'd commute instead of the hotel?
Well, no, he would make the trip from his house about an hour away to the hotel. In other words, wouldn't try, because the way it's written, it kind of looks like you're asking for out-of-state travel, which we generally don't do. So he doesn't need like fees to go from here to Florida. He's already there. He's about an hour away, but the actual staying at the hotel and the meals there. So.
Any other questions? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next on our agenda, we have the probate and family court risk avoidance program grant.
So just as an intro to this, the MMRMA is our, the county's risk management organization, and each year they offer all of the counties that participate in MMRMA part of their either RAP or CAP grants. Some of them are related to programmatic expenses or capital expenses. Some are related to professional enhancement in areas that reduce risk. So this is one of the requests that you'll see as part of the 3 that are bringing forward to you today. Thank you, Justin.
Thanks for being here, Justin.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. We do have an Andy. Oh,
yes.
Good morning, Andy.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
A little bit louder. Let's see if I can turn up this too.
I apologize. Yeah. I'm in lighting in the room at
Okay.
Boyd Mountain Resort at a conference and broke away from the conference to support.
Thank you. We are applying to upgrade our courtroom equipment in courtroom C. Courtroom A, it's my understanding that courtroom A and courtroom B have already been upgraded. So he is our sales rep for this upgrade. And that's what this application is for. Cameron Clark is applying to hopefully get paid like half of the cost of this. So, and then the other half would be county responsibility. So that's what we're asking for. It's just can we apply for this grant?
I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners allow the submission of the grant in the amount of $19,272.23 to MMRMA in order to fund 50% of the video and audio recording upgrades needed in courtroom C, which serves both the probate and family courts in Leelanau County. The remaining 50% of the cost for the project would be included in equal parts in the probate and family court budgets. Support.
Discussion. Commissioner Lautner?
We're BIS.
Correct.
Is that, I should go with BIS because it's compatible with what we're using, like what's built in for the recording, or,
Yeah, we've already accomplished courtroom A and B. C is the last to be done. Basically using our software and this, as far as the court recording allows transcription, playback and transcription. So it's already on a platform. We're just upgrading the cameras and the audio system to meet digital standards required.
Yes, okay, so it's just standard. So just being answered my first question right off the bat is I was thinking, didn't we just do this? But we've done A and B, and this brings us to C. Did we put this out for bid when we did A and B and found out that are these of the standards we need for the court reporting, or is it something that we should be putting out for bid?
I can speak maybe a little bit to that from the standpoint that my understanding is this equipment is compatible with the clerk's recording as well.
That's where I was going.
So there is some compatibility components to that. I think BIS has been part of the county's systems here, even I think within the chamber here. So I think that was the rationale for going forward.
Okay, so if we get the grant, proceed with the purchase at that time, we would waive bid policy then when it comes to the purchase of the equipment? Okay.
There are questions? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you, Justine.
You're welcome.
Do you have a question?
Okay, excellent.
Inquisitive face.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Andy.
Enjoy your conference.
Darcy.
Hi.
She has a grant request
Excuse me.
present to us.
Good morning. I'm here to ask you for permission to apply for the MMRMA CAP grant for SHRM certification. The reason I'd like to do this is, first off, I think it would give me a lot of education in human resources, but it also would help me project and look for what we need to do down the road to improve what we have here at Leelanau County.
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the MMRMA CAP grant application for the SHRM certification for human resources director Darcy.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Commend you for your willingness to train and test.
Well, I've told Deb, I'm really super excited about this one, so, yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All those in support of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you, Darcy. We now have planning jam.
I don't know where that sound is coming from.
The buzzing?
Yeah, I thought it was just me. I'm getting
It's
buzzing
buzzing
too.
too. Was it just the phone or your ears? I'm not sure.
Nope.
No, I
Really
can hear a high
high
pitched
pitch.
line, yeah.
Are you getting it, John?
This is actually for me.
You didn't hear it at all? I like a dog.
We can hear it.
You can hear it too?
We can hear it. Yeah. Think about it.
So I'm not sure why Trudy isn't here in regards to this, but the community development, this is requested by Trudy, but this is actually to support Gail's ongoing training. And so this is also another request as part of the RED grant for the approval for the reimbursement from the cost of the Citizen Planner Certification Program.
I don't think it's.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's actually for CEO. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is our?
Trudy
chair.
can talk about that, but he is, yeah,
This is again just a grant request, right?
correct.
Okay.
I would move to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve submittal of the REF grant application to MMRMA for approval and reimbursement of 75% of the cost for the Citizen Planner Certification Program. Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 7-0. Let's take one more before we take a break.
We like grants.
We have information technology.
I don't see Leanna here today, so I can say that these are requests that are part of ongoing needs of the county in terms of operations for purchase of equipment. And so the request is to purchase 5 desktops and 5 laptops from Dell Technology as part of the 30 budgeted for 2024. So again, these were budgeted. This is just the expenditure of that budgeted item. And again, the desktops will replace workstations that are more than 8 years old. We have found from a risk management perspective that the need to upgrade the equipment. So we always are kind of taking out of service the oldest ones because they have the highest risk for impact from cybersecurity and some of those other situations. So this is just a request to move forward with what has been budgeted previously.
Commissioner O'Gara?
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners waive its requirements and purchase 10 new Dell computers at a cost of $13,114.49 with funds to come from Data Processing Fund number 636.
Support. Been moved and seconded. Any questions?
Again, we're waiving our bid policy just for laptop computers, or, I mean, is there some.
Wasn't this bid initially, it was just a continuing, it's one of a bigger program.
These are off of the, I believe these are off of the state approved pricing.
It's not necessarily a GSA account, which would, but we left that language in there just to be safe. This is coming from directly the manufacturer, and if you look at the documentation within the packet, it does list a pretty substantial premier discount. So these aren't list price. We're getting these at a pretty good cost, direct from Dell. And she gets this every year. Ron engaged in the same program.
Commissioner Rector?
Yeah, I mean, I understand how discounts and, I mean, everything's on sale at certain stores all the time. So that discount doesn't convince me that we're getting the best pricing, so but it's part of an ongoing concern. I think we need to develop some programs where we review these on some periodic basis. And yeah, Dell's a good manufacturer. I just don't know if we get gone out for competitive bids, we would be looking at 9,000.
Well, if we were to get approved that this is a government purchasing program, would that alleviate your concerns? Because the board rules allow that.
I don't know that it still puts a competitive nature in it.
I mean, so I guess this question is, under the same government purchasing program, could we get Apple computers cheaper? Or
Do we even know that?
That's probably.
We don't. I'm gonna support this, but I think we need to look at several, even the BIS thing that done, when was the last time that was reviewed? I don't think it's wise to have someone do something different to courtroom C than A and B. But these things in general, I think require some sort of periodic look or some sort of check. I mean, it's a price check an outline to say, okay, same hardware, what's it cost? So it's just, we keep waiving bid requirements all the time, and I think there has to be an end to it at some point.
I also am going to vote this in, but I would like to echo Doug's sentiments. Maybe having a policy or some sort of something in place where we can see the different price points. So we can look at, like, we can be a part of this process and be aware of Apple versus Dell versus, and it's, at least have a couple options on the table.
So it's been moved and seconded. Any further questions?
I would just like to say, we do need to have continuity. The last thing we need is different computers, different departments that people need to.
Couple of times last week, I received, they were trying to hack into my computer, even documents with the Leelanau County seal on it. Leanna does a fantastic job. Give her the tools that she needs to do. And it's out there. If we spend any money on security, it better be.
Anything else? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 7-0, and commissioners' concerns about bid policy noted. I suggest we take, and we'll need a couple of extra minutes today because of Mr.
Ron Cassidy?
Yes, let's take 10 minutes.
That hurt me.
Need some more coffee?
No,
What can I help you with?
Yes,
We'll go to the
maybe some more
coffee.
coffee, that'd be good. No, I'm gonna stay right here. I think I'm gonna stay right here.
Marcy, you get to come from here.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. We are here to ask for a temporary increase of staffing level for the prosecutor's office for the chief deputy position. Doug Donaldson has indicated he is retiring sometime before the end of the year, but he is planning to work into the month of October and then use vacation time to complete his time with the county. In the meantime, that leaves Doug on vacation, and Joe would like to present the opportunity for filling that chief position and then hopefully finding an assistant to hire as soon as possible.
That's correct.
Thank you, Darcy.
Commissioner Russ?
I move to recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners approve the temporary staffing level increase for the prosecuting attorney's office for the months of October, November, and December 2023 upon the last fiscal working day of Doug Donaldson in order to promote Tristan Chamberlain to the chief associate assistant for the prosecutor position and hire an assistant prosecutor.
Does that take effect October?
Discussion.
Commissioner
We had a little bit of discussion yesterday, but we didn't, so with this motion, it's allowing you to hire the person in, the assistant prosecutor at the rate offered today.
Yes, yes,
Where-
at where it's posted at currently. So it's posted at that $60,000 to $67,000 range, yes.
I'm more inclined to support this when I heard about your workload and the fact that you can't afford to take your position very long. And also, you've been working really hard for a long time.
Yes, I just want to congratulate Mr. Chamberlain on being the assistant. I got to sit through court trials and things, and just an outstanding presentation. So congratulations.
Commissioner Lautner?
And Tristan, you have a side business also on top of being our assistant prosecutor?
I'm a digital forensic expert, and I do, I've been qualified as an expert in front of Judge Elsenheimer in the 13th Circuit Court.
Wow, that is fantastic. But you work 5 full days for us and then do that on the side?
I do it on Saturday mornings, Saturday afternoons, and at night.
When you're not being called for warrants.
When I'm not being called for warrants, that's correct.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Digital forensic expert.
Yes, so I look at anything related to digital forensics, mobile forensics. We have call detail records where I map out where people have been with their phones to help demonstrate to the court where a person was. I recently did a case that showed a person was not where they said he was and actually exonerated him from a murder. So there's a lot of different things that I do. And it's just really excellent. I love it.
Anything else?
One final clarification, if I may. So this motion reads 2 different ways. It's for the month of October, November, December, which sounds inclusive, but yet it starts upon the last working day of Doug Donaldson.
When Doug, after his last working day, the next working day will become Tristan's first day as chief.
Okay.
Doug will be on vacation at that point.
So we hope to hire
We hope to hire an assistant as soon as possible, but
starting October.
Starting-
Then potentially. Okay, so you won't have, but it's so I would guess then Doug's last working day will be.
he hasn't given me a specific date, but it will be early to mid-October.
Depends on when the snow flies.
Okay, so should he change, since he hasn't turned his papers in or signed, then this will all be contingent on his actual retirement, correct?
He has submitted a letter of resignation without a specific date, just stating October.
Going to apply for the assistant prosecutor position?
I don't think so.
Anything else? We have a motion on the table. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now have you still there, Mr. Hubble.
Yes, thank you. I'll give you a little history on what we're trying to accomplish with by participating in the Carpel Solutions rollout. But Tristan, as you probably gathered, is pretty good at this digital stuff. In fact, he's, by my election, he serves on the Technical Services Committee for the Prosecuting Attorneys Association of Michigan. So he's been involved with this stuff for a while. And I'll just maybe give you just a brief history of what our current system is and how it's going to change.
So what we have right now is old programs that are DOS based. When you look at it, it's green and black, very old. And the Prosecutor Attorneys Association of Michigan, or PAM, has been trying to create a program where we will be able to create documents and manage the scheduling and all the different things that occur with court, really. And they've been unable to do that. And so what they've decided to do is go with a company called Carpel. And Carpel does document creation, case management, things like that. And it's going to talk back and forth between other programs that the court's going to be using. So right now what's happening is the Prosecuting Attorneys Association is paying for, I believe through 2026, for all the counties to have Carpel that want it. And then after that, there would be a financial obligation from the county to participate in that. Part of this as well moves towards going paperless, ease of access, remote access, more ability to redact and do FOIAs, because it's all going to be digital. It's going to be much easier. So there's a lot of things going on that aren't in front of the board right now, but the Carpel portion is in front of the board right now.
And basically, the current system is not supported. It can't be upgraded. It's like driving a Model A, and that's what we've been trying to do for years. I've kind of held off and trying, because at first PAM was going to develop their own system instead of Carpel. That went on for 4 or 5 years. It was just a disaster. The board, the Prosecuting Attorney Association, all the 83 county prosecutors voted to go with Carpel to replace the antiquated system. And as Tristan said, we're one of the first counties to be participating part of the rollout. In fact, we have a meeting this afternoon at 1 o'clock to talk about this. And in our budget, we do pay for this type of support. Depending on the number of users, we paid it to PAM to support their old system. Once Carpel is going to be put in place, whether we move forward or not, it's just going to happen. According to the document or the agreement there, as Tristan indicated, they are going to pay. PAM was able to go to the legislature and get a bunch of money to support this transition. The legislature recognizing that something had to be done. And so that there isn't going to be any cost to the county for up to 2026, I believe. But after that, we're going to have to pay based on our number of users. And I don't want to say it's going to be the same as what we're paying now. It probably won't, but the fact is at least we have a grace period for a few years. I mean, the bottom line is we can't stop this from happening. It's going to happen. And our option is either to participate in CarPal, which is this statewide information sharing network with law enforcement and with other prosecutors, or we decide not to do it. And I would suggest deciding not to do it is not an option.
I'm scrolling as fast as I can. I can't find it again. It looked like maybe the yearly and annual support for the software was around 12,000. Is that? Yeah.
I think that may be for our computer research with Westlaw and the books we receive. I think there's something else, and maybe Sean isn't here. Oh, there he is. Hi, Sean. You're behind Eric's head. Sorry, Eric. We do have a line item, I think, for PACPAM. But so that $12,000, I think.
Document though, so I don't think it was Westlaw. I saw it in this document when I was reading the packet, so. But are you saying we won't have that for a couple of years, so we really don't know if it will be up to 12, depending on the users, or? But you've already started to answer the second question, and that's you've got it in your, you must be paying for software now, so it's.
We are paying support for software now in our budget. What if we go to CarPal after 2026, we'll be under an obligation to pay for their services. Can I say it's going to be the exact same amount? No, I can't, but it is. It looks like we're going to get, I think the 12,000. I don't have my budget in front of me. I know, but I trust your reading of it, Melinda.
It's pretty fast though, Joe.
Well, yeah, but you took Evelyn Wood's speed reading dynamics. I know that.
St. Francis. Also, you answered my other question is why I couldn't find the cost for the software. So they're paying it all up front.
Till 2026.
Okay.
It is on page 5. It's pretty detailed.
205 of ours.
Yeah, doesn't that spell it out pretty well for everybody? And why is there a hurry to do this before our council has reviewed it?
There is no hurry. In fact, we could participate in our meeting this afternoon, and I would like corporate council to review this. I'm not suggesting that we should be in a hurry. It's just if corporate council wants to get back, that's fine. Well, we should not be in a hurry to make this change absent review of corporate council. But I'm hopeful that and I think we will go forward with our meeting with CarPal. Corporate council says, no, we're not going to do this. This is a bad idea. Then we're going to have to come back and talk. But I suspect corporate council representing other counties in the state probably has reviewed this document already. If not, if this is their first review of the document, they'll undoubtedly have to review it again for some other counties as well.
And obviously, it looks like this is something we have to do. It would be nice to have some analysis for our review of what, at the end of 2026, what the financial impact of this is going to be. It doesn't impact us to them, but we're making budget decisions on budgets right in front of us right now. And I don't know if that's a quote or finance, that's a figure outable thing based on current users and stuff. We look at this and say, this is what we spend a month now, not to any exact amount, but can you say, hey, look, it looks like this will cost you another $70,000 a year over what you have right now. I don't know that number at all. I don't think it matters. We have to do it, but it would sure be nice to have that information going into our, because we're committing to it. We're making a budget commitment right now by saying yes to this, that fits into our budget that we have to resolve for this year yet. Even though it's not a budget expense for this year, it's going to be. So.
Well, and again, after in 2026, you could withdraw from the agreement. There's a withdrawal provision in this document on 30 days notice if the county decided they didn't want to participate. But I guess I get where you're coming from, Doug. If we can give you an idea of what our current costs are, and we can certainly ask CarPal this afternoon what the cost will be in the future and how they will how they will come up with that cost. That may be something that's something we certainly can share with the board.
Yeah, not exact dollars, because I know that involves a lot of predictions, but it'd be nice to have some order of magnitude to understand what we're doing. Sounds like it's the right thing to do, and I would not do it, I'll be just right. But it'd just be nice to have that information.
Well, we certainly can bring this up next month. I mean, there's nothing stopping us from participating in the meeting this afternoon. And we could probably come back with some better information if that's how you want to proceed. I'm not in favor of rushing anything for anybody or
I'd
that's,
like to know how it's going in a month or what you think about it. I'm really interested in seeing.
I mean, we could come back in a month and give you some more information, but we're going to participate, I think, in the meeting this afternoon and just go forward from there.
I think we'll probably be close to be done with our budget in a month, so I'm sure that information a month from now is as helpful as it is sooner.
But I would respectfully submit that it's not going to impact our budget until 2026.
Yeah, so, and you've already got some support in your budget for the current software, so
Yes,
I don't know what it is, how much.
but however you folks want to proceed.
Okay.
I would like to note that the motion said pending review and approval by corporate counsel.
Yes, it did.
We are talking to lawyers here.
Really good.
So
That's pretty fun.
we're gonna have double review, so.
Yeah.
And then there's no budget impact. And this is going to happen, so I'm not really sure, it's nice to hear from these guys, but I'm not sure we need to hear from them again in October. So
What we
I
could-
would make unless people are terribly uncomfortable, I would make this motion.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, is this akin to, I'm sorry, I'm speaking out of.
Are you done?
So I will read the motion, and if no one wants to second it, that's up to them. Pending the review and approval by corporate counsel, I move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve the Leelanau County Prosecuting Attorney's Office transition to Carpel Solutions Case Management Software System as outlined in the contract between EAA and Carpel Solutions and the Leelanau County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and authorize the prosecuting attorney's office to sign the proposed contract on behalf of Leelanau County. That's not because I don't hear your presentation.
Pending corporate counsel review.
Yeah, it started off that way. So
Can I ask a
It's been
question?
moved and seconded. Is there discussion now, Mr. Kramer?
Yeah, I just for clarification, because how I'm putting these things together in my head, this is probably the same thing as what doctors went through about 20 years ago, right? When they were moving to like electronic management of files and things like that necessary is what I'm saying. Is it in the vein of that? Like,
Yes. Well,
So
I'll let.
it's, right now they have electronic records that are more along the lines of logs, like it's, this case is going on, these are some of the things it's called, a register of actions, and it explains that out. All of that is, I believe, it looks like it's from the early 90s, late 80s. And then this with Carpel would change that system because that system is no longer supported. And it would also do other features where we would actually be able to keep our records digitally as well. Right now, we have case files that are paper. And it would let us access those files as well. So it's going to do a variety of things. It's going to fix the issues with
information.
Yeah, with information sharing, and it's also going to provide better retention for us. It's going to hopefully reduce costs for paper. It's insane how much we go through. So it creates documents as well. It's called a document creation, where we can put in our complaints, it fills it out, it ships it over to the court. The court has everything. They don't have to input anything. So it's also going to reduce time and possibly labor costs. I don't know. And then the last thing is case review, where everyone's going to be able to see what's going on. It's not going to be a sheet of paper that we write on. Right now, we write on a pink sheet of paper in the very front of our case when the case can be that big, and those are our notes. This will provide additional notes. I believe it's also going to let us tag documents. It's going to speed up the process that we're able to go through a variety of like trial documents and just a lot. So it's not small, it's actually a lot of things going on.
Yeah. But necessary in order.
Oh,
like,
goodness, yes. Because if that system goes down, it goes down and that's it. And government, the courts are just stalled. So it's supposed to be helpful on a lot of different things.
Okay, we have a motion. Any further questions?
Just a quick, if it is possible to get like a thumbnail look at what that, I'm gonna support the motion, so you move forward, but if we're possible, as soon as possible, say, okay, we think, we're gonna have, if you have a meeting with those guys today, maybe you can ask them. I mean, surely someone is looking at this somewhere, so.
Sure. And we'll provide the board with a memo back outlining what we found out
Thank you.
today, or as soon as we find out, we'll ask this afternoon.
Thank you.
Ready to vote? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
These last 2 days have just been wonderful to me appearing in front of you. But I'm going to leave for now. I don't want to, oh, we have one more thing. I'm sorry.
Yesterday we asked if we could be put on the agenda for one other thing, and that was approved related to the pay for an assistant replacement. And so yesterday I talked a little bit about some of the issues. Now that we have everyone, I'll explain where we're at, if that's all right. So right now we have offered the assistant prosecutor position at roughly 60 to 60. Yes, sir.
I don't believe this is on our agenda.
We didn't. Well, it's under staffing levels.
Yeah.
Or was this a carryover from yesterday when we were going to come back and talk some more about that? I'm not
I
sure.
asked that question when we presented this before I voted on it, is to try to hire somebody at that level. I understand you want to raise it by, I think, 10,000 is the history, but try again. You may find somebody at that level.
Do you have any children that want to go to law school?
No.
We can try, but my prediction is we're not going to be successful.
And you've already tried for how long?
It's about 6 weeks, I believe.
Yeah.
And
Hit all the LinkedIn's out there, try again.
we have done that. Is it, first of all, is it something that I can discuss right now?
Now that we've started talking about it, let's have the discussion and see where we want to go with it.
Okay, so right now we are offering the position, the assistant prosecutor position, at $60,000 to $67,000. I propose that it be where I will be leaving at. That is where the person will be starting. That way there would be no additional expense to the county because it's already budgeted for that amount. So for instance, if Doug wasn't leaving and I was staying in my position, it would make no difference to the budget. Currently, starting October 1, the Michigan Indigent Defense Council has decided that, well, and through a grant and other things, that an indigent defense attorney will be making $120 an hour for a misdemeanor, $135 for a felony, and $145 an hour for a life offense felony. To put that in perspective, at $120 an hour times 2,000 hours is $240,000. That means at 60,000, we'll say if that's 50% benefits, that's $90,000 total package. They're making just over a third of what the indigent court-appointed defense counsel makes. To put that again in perspective, that means that a defense attorney would have to work about 14 hours a week to make the same pay as our assistant prosecutor position. We have received 3 applications. Our best application came from a person who we convicted earlier this year. Not an appropriate person to have in the prosecutor's office. As part of that, we are on LinkedIn, ZipRecruiter, I'm not sure if we're on Glassdoor. I'm on MSU Recruiting, and I believe there's 2 more, which Darcy would know.
We've been on Indeed
Indeed.
and also Handshake, which is a college posting board with no interest whatsoever.
So right now we have this hole that we can't fill, and what's been occurring is our felonies have skyrocketed. I mean, that's just the best way to put it. This year, in the first 8 months, I've authorized 29 felony complaints. Last year, I authorized 25 total, and at this time last year, I had 18, so I'm up 50%. Some years, for felony complaints that I've authorized, we had 13 in 1 year, that's total, and just 4 in the first 8 months. We're just busy. We put 2 of the biggest drug dealing rings in prison this year. We had one with through digital forensics that I assisted on. We were able to put a person in jail for 16 years, and we got 4 of his drug runners as well. Another case, we had almost 1,600 pills, and he went to prison for 10 years, and his 2 drug runners were also convicted. We had another case where we are, through an agreement, the house is being forfeited to TNT, and that's almost complete. And so that's just this year alone. We desperately need help. This isn't a want, in the sense of Joe wanted me to have that increase in pay. I'm going to tell you right now, I really appreciate that, but this is a need, and I'm going to be honest, I would rather have my pay go to a new person and sit at my hourly rate. I'm telling you, because we need to fill this position. It is vital.
Commissioner Lautner?
Tristan, we run into this sometimes, often enough, because and I don't know, I imagine as you're putting this out there that you've got a full benefit package included. Sometimes it's really difficult for somebody coming out of college. They just want to see the box. We're really not looking at our long-term, our retirement here, our full health care package here. As you say, our statistics, but if anything, sometimes we hear from our sheriff's department that they're kind of bored. We don't have enough excitement in this county. Your statistics unfortunately say that it's climbing. I understand it. I get where you're coming from, but relatively, thank goodness you're catching those people, but compared to other counties, I get that. I would just say if you can give it another month and see if you get any more hits, otherwise come back. I know when we did raise your pay, Joe explained how you were doing a base load of work in the county, and fortunately you're still here, so we still have you and Joe, so, and your assistants, whoever else you have up there, and I appreciate that. The indigent lawyers, I get that. I don't think they work 2,000 hours a week or a year. It feels like 2,000 hours a week, I'm sure, but so I get what you're saying. Ideally,
I think a month is reasonable, but I think what's happened is just the nature. I don't want to blame it on those young kids, but people have different expectations now about careers. And whereas before, when I was, a lot of people would choose to be a prosecutor, and that would be their career. In fact, we just gave like a 40-year award up in Mackinac Island to a prosecutor from Wayne County. His name is Luke Skywalker. I mean, but again, I mean, there's a guy who spent 40 years in that position, and that we don't. Those trends aren't.
I remember, right, when you hired for this position, were we at like 75,000 when you ran for this position, or had you just raised it?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, I am where I am now because of longevity, not because of, but not because of raises or coming back and say, you know, I'm not making enough money. I've chose this as my career. And that's just me, but I'm in a different position. I only had $25,000 of student loans when I got out of law school and undergrad. I was able to buy a house in this county in 1989 for $65,000. I mean, things were much different than what we're faced with now. And I think the reality is it is show me the money, but it's also how do I move up here and pay off my debts, find a place to live. I mean, we all know what the problem is. And so I don't have a problem with coming back in a month. I don't know that the results are going to be different, but it's certainly reasonable for you to request that.
I just think we need to be realistic. A house in Leelanau County, at the bare minimum, is about $500,000 at this point. Like, you can't look at Zillow and find hardly anything for under that. Like you mentioned, tuition is skyrocketing, and young people who are coming out of school need to be able to cover these costs and thrive. And I think we should not only like look at what it takes to get someone to apply, but also be competitive, because you guys should have talented people and you should have access to that.
Thank you.
I think it's really important. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Gara, then Commissioner Russell.
I think we have to keep in mind that it is our job to make sure the people of our county are served. I do not think it's realistic to hang in there for years and years and years, claiming that people will love the view of the bay, so they are willing to go pitch a tent. It's expensive to live. We want people who will come and make a commitment to this county. So we have to be willing to be fair with them. I think your idea is budget neutral for now. I think it's fair. It's reasonable. We're not going up very much. I hope that helps, and I would support your doing that.
With that as well, I also suggest that this not be a step up on a yearly basis. So it is a flat, and then it wouldn't be like 1 year, it's not only a 3% increase in experience plus the cost of living, it's just cost of living as well. So that way it would stay budget neutral.
Well, I think this is one of the core functions that we do here is law enforcement. I understand the wait a month, but you wait a month and you offer it, then it takes several weeks to get resumes in. You'll have to sit for those resumes. You'll have to interview people. You find a candidate, they'll have to give notice. It sounds like we're getting very dangerously close to when action needs to be taken. And I don't know, I guess I'm not sure the function. I'm not sure I'm willing to fully know this. Is there a way this can be put on the agenda and get a week to think about it and still be able to take action on next week? Is I would support that route. That would give us all, this is all a little bit new to us, just heard about it yesterday. So I would support moving this.
A motion to move it forward to next week.
Okay, then I would make such a motion.
Support.
And I would support.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, I just wanted to remind us that we are not asking this person to live in our county. Tristan does not live in our county. We did hear the argument that if we raise his pay, he can afford to come in and move into our county, but yet that hasn't happened. So you successfully serve our county living outside of our county. I do believe we've got something like 1,000 housing units going in right down on the border of our county that are either done. I think there's going to be a groundbreaking for a whole bunch of those and a whole bunch more being built actually in the county. So there are housing units that's going to help alleviate some of that problem. In the meantime, they can live quite successfully outside the county and have a beautiful commute up into our county, such as we have a lot of employees or lots of our residents that live in our beautiful county and commute down outside of our county in on a lot less than this. You know, we've got a lot of people living in our county and they're living on a whole lot less than this and they are ultimately paying this price. It's maybe something we have to do. I just ask us to be very careful and think about the residents in the county that are going to pay for this. Find that balance because we do want to save county portions to that, so.
We do have a motion to move this forward. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion approved 6-1. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Again, I appreciate you folks listening to us.
It's not that we didn't want to see you in October.
No, but I appreciate your consideration, not only yesterday, but today. Very much
Yeah.
appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. At this time, Andrew's here from Equalization, and I think our finance director is a part of this presentation.
Andrew, do you live in the county? You don't.
I do not. I do.
Yes, you do. You live in Cedar, so I appreciate it. Beautiful commute, isn't it?
It's wonderful. So I'm here today to present the 2023 L4029 tax rate request form for the winter levy. We have met previously. We met in the spring for the presentation of the 29 that supports the spring levy. So that was for county operations. This 29 is for approval of the levy to support roads, seniors, and then the early childhood program.
So these are already voted on.
Correct. These are the millages that they've already been approved. Yeah, correct. Approved by the public.
So we just have to approve their levy. What you're saying?
Correct.
Commissioner Olga.
I move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners to approve millage rates that do not exceed the maximum allowable millage levies, column 9, and place those millage rates in column 11 as the millage rates requested to be leveled on December 1st, and return the L4029 to the Equalization Director.
Support.
Commissioner Lautner.
So this is our time to say, since all of these millages were up to, correct?
Correct. So column 9 is the maximum allowable millage. So the millage rates cannot exceed those numbers.
So we're going to look at, we've already been looking at our budget and determined we're probably going to need that at maximum.
You set yours in May.
We set ours
So
in
you
May.
set yours in May.
Okay.
This is senior services, road, and early childhood.
Okay, so road, extra snow plowing, et cetera, correct? Right, that's what that usually is for.
Yes.
Okay, so the question comes, we want to leave that at the maximum, right? That's your question, Andrew?
Correct. Correct. Yep, that's what this is for. It's for you to decide what millage levy, what you're going to levy, what the county is going to be levying for these services.
Okay. And then we look at senior services. And we haven't seen yet. Are they recommending, they're recommending the 0.3134.
I believe what has been in the budget, the proposed budget that we've been looking at over the past several weeks is the 0.3134
Okay,
millennium.
what is their fund balance at?
So
Talk about that a little bit, correct? Are they
correct.
using their fund balance at a rate bigger than it's doing, correct?
What's in the proposed budget today, and this is a little bit of the calendarization, I think, hopefully simplification is we're looking at a December billing, but practically speaking, those revenues will come in 2024 to the great majority. So when
That would be rolled back at all, in your opinion?
so
such as
what's
we did before?
what is in, can I pass maybe out overnight? I think this question comes back to Commissioner Rex Rhodes, or maybe Commissioner Wessels asked yesterday.
And let me try to take you through this. And the punchline, Melinda, if I just jump to the bottom line, best I can tell, if we spend it at budgeted levels right now for the remainder of 2023, and then as you look into 2024, my projection is we would end up at the end of 2024 with between $200,000 and $500,000 in that fund balance for senior services, Fund 281. So I can back up into, there's a lot of numbers on the page I just handed out, but to try to boil it.
I'm sorry, 200.
Yes.
200 to 250.
No, 200 to 500,000. So I'm giving a pretty big range. Where we are today in that fund balance, to your question, is 921,000 as of yesterday. So call it $900,000. And the variables are the spending between now and year end. If there are any revenues between now and year end. So we would need to look at both of those. The sections that I've put in there right now, in simpleton terms, if you just look at the 2023 amended budget, and you took the difference between where we are as of 9/11 yesterday, we have $269,000 in the budget that we have not collected. And if you bounce down to the bottom piece, the other thing is we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 360,000, 359,000 that we have not spent, that we have budgeted. So that gets you through the end of 2023, and then the variables in 2024 start to look at where Andrew just spoke, which is if you looked at 2024 projected revenue with a $3.6 billion tax base at 0.3134 mils, that would be the $1,131,000, which has been what Lena spoke to yesterday in Fund 281. We would estimate at budgeted amounts, if you got that full amount, would be in addition to that fund balance. And then down below, the proposed budget had a $1.5 million spend level. And then Lena yesterday spoke to 2 additional opportunities for services, which were the share care line and Meals on Wheels. And so call that another $60,000. So my estimate if everything came in at budget for 2023 and 2024 from 9/11 through 12/31/24, you'd end up with somewhere in the neighborhood of $300,000 in that fund balance.
That's your projection.
Well, that is, I would just call that the budgeted amount. So then I went on to, because I mean, who would want to go home when you could play with sensitivity scenarios? So you could take a look at some things that are in there, and I think Commissioner Rexroad has encouraged us to think in terms of broad ranges. One of the things that's in that revenue line right now is $107,000, which was a fund balance forward. So I pulled that out and said, what if you get less revenue? Because that's kind of a placeholder. The other thing that I did was assume that you're not going to get every dollar that you projected from a revenue basis. So in my adverse column, I'm playing with a little bit of sensitivity, and I'm backing out a little bit of uncollected taxes. And we could debate the timing and whether you'd ultimately get them, but just for discussion's sake. The other thing that I did was I assumed that we ran over budget next year by 20%. I'm sorry, for the remainder of this year. So we spend more than the $1,193,000 that's in the 2023 budget. The combination of those things I called an adverse scenario and said, maybe you'd get as low as $173,000 in that fund balance. And conversely, the inverse of those scenarios, if you collected everything, if you assume that we'll make up the gap in revenues for the remainder of the year, and that you actually spend under budget for this year, more like 280,000 instead of the 360 odd thousand that's in there, you might end up at 453,000. So to me, that's where I was trying to bound a range and say that, call that $200,000 to $500,000 is where the landing spot would be, kind of on a trajectory with a few assumptions around, building a scenario. And I'd be happy to, those are very easily modeled. And to be fair to Lena, I think, I know that's the next agenda item. I think there is a need to, we could further refine those if we went through each line item and challenge where we're running today, for example, in 2023. But just to give you a quick kind of a feel, that was my best effort overnight. So if that's helpful.
Absolutely. So thank you for doing all that fun work instead of going home. I'm confused though, because we have had the millage that the voters approved for many years now. And we have a full slate of programs. We've never had who got some money left over. And we haven't cut programs. So that confuses me that am I hearing, oh, we may have a whole bunch of extra money?
So
Because we never have.
I actually might have that back here. Kathy, do you want to come up, Kathy?
Oh, sure.
Because I don't think costs have gone down.
So what we did was we took a look over the last 10 years and when that balance built in effect to the 900,000, it's probably on the floor. But I think I can speak to the way we got here. It wasn't one fell swoop. And there's also some episodic things in that 10-year trend, like going through COVID. And so those things built. Thank you.
It
See?
was some point some years ago where the millage was bringing in more than we needed for senior services and the fund balance got extremely large. So it is our duty to say, okay, we need to do some balance for this. So do we need to continue to take that much money from the taxpayers if we're not using it for services? That is what we do. We have to find that balance. The voters set up to. So we did roll that millage back, but our projections were off a little bit. We rolled back a little bit too far, and that's when we had to loan money to senior services.
Right.
But that is also what we are responsible to do. So we found that balance, but that's what we have to do. We don't want to tax our people any more than we absolutely have to.
And this was a very resounding yes from us, services and our hopes, so.
I can read off a quick,
Yeah,
just the last.
zoning is set up to.
Just as a point of reference, if you go back in years, that fund balance in 22 at the end of the year was $830,000, 860 in 21, 700 in 2020. And then you can see that the ramp up occurred really to Melinda's point, the event she's talking about, I think was in 2013. And so from 2013 to 2017, that balance built from basically having to borrow from the general fund to the position that we were just talking about. So again, not just as a point of reference, I think that if you look at the trajectory of current spend and budgeted amounts in there, when I call out a range, in effect, we're basically going right back into the heart of where that fund balance has been, if you looked over the last 4 years.
Question on those numbers you just gave us, Sean. I mean, those unbalanced numbers you gave are as of what date during the year?
12/31.
Okay, so when I look at a fund balance of 9/11, that's really almost a number that, I mean, it's good for the math, but just looking at historical trends, it doesn't help me because we obviously know we have cash flow differences between months, expenditure, income differences. So the pertinent numbers really are the year end fund balances for calculation purposes.
So to that point, if you want to build in your mental spreadsheet. I think you can get there by looking at, if we're at $920,000 today, and there are revenues in the budget of 270 between now and the end of the year, and there's expenditures of 350. In effect, that would tell you that fund balance, if we were going to try to convert it to a 1231, would be, call it 100,000 less than what it is today, if nothing else changed. So there's definitely a seasonal pattern to your point, if that helps.
Yes, I guess, so looking at historical trends, it's only useful to look at what that fund balance is at the exact same time during all those years, right?
Correct. And so what I'm trying to do by that is help get us to 12/31/23, because that's the first step to be able to compare back to this. Does that make sense?
It does. And so the other figures you had about fund balances you read, were those as of 12/31?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the answer I was trying to get.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sean, I have a question from a finance director's perspective. What's an appropriate fund balance?
This is the $1 million question, Ty. So let me give you all my 3 months of experience with this. And, you know, I'm going to sound like the classic, I don't mean to avoid that question, but I think what I've learned is it depends. And I think it depends. So draw some parallels in your mind, because I've asked the question of myself. So anybody else that wants to help me get smarter, I'm open to it. But would you feel differently about a fund that is supported by a millage, and in that millage, your revenue is fairly certain, compared to a building safety department that's driven by a revenue number that has some volatility to it? I guess my answer is it depends, because I think, how confident do you feel in that revenue number? In this case, I think I would feel more strongly. And that's why when I was playing with sensitivities in my own mind around the revenue component, I didn't wildly change that. And so if you believe that, I think then you get into maybe a little bit where Commissioner Rexroth was going, which is the seasonal pattern of spending. So it becomes more of a cash flow consideration within that year. And so there's guidelines out there. I know some funds we have actually, I don't know if Trudy's here, but Trudy and I were talking about recycling has a similar consideration. In that case, there's actually apparently a policy, I've never read it, that would get you to what that minimum fund balance is. But when I'm looking at this, I'm just comparing that fund balance in my own head, first of all, to the total expenditures. And so if you're between 200,000 and 500,000, say, and just rough math in your head, we're spending $1 million, $1.1 million right now a year, 20. So you're talking about 20 to 50%. I think that's still a healthy fund balance for something that's fairly predictable. But it is less than 6 months worth of operating expenditures as well.
And it must last us into the
Correct.
year until tax collections come in.
Correct. And what I have not run the monthly look at those cash flows. I mean, that's that's kind of where John Gallagher has, kind of been going with as cash gets tighter.
And another consideration is also that the senior millage is expiring at the end of this year, so that they will have to go to the voters next year to reapprove.
So, I mean, bottom line, I look at these bottom line numbers, and I do appreciate your love for sensitivity scenarios and commitment to them, and I appreciate you helping with that. Thank you. But if I look at this if I look at the current projected fund balance, and I look at your kind of low estimate, highest, pretty much the millage rate results in the best estimate of similar fund balance to what we had up fiscal year this year anyway. And that doesn't seem like an excessive amount at 20%. I mean, it could be as high as 450, which is higher. It could be as low as 175, which sounds kind of dangerously low for the fund. I mean, probably could be in a spot where we lend money again. So I look at this analysis of the numbers and and I do really, I was kidding about it, but I do really appreciate this scenario forecasting that you did, so thank you. It looks to me like unchanged, we end up with about the same, it's the likeliness, the highest likeliness is that we'll end up with a similar fund balance in 2024, so yeah, right now.
I think all I could, if Joe Hubble was still here, I think I would say that historically, it would not be out of line with some of those.
Council.
An advice of counsel, but so that was my take. The only thing I would say though, that is the anomaly, which is as you look at a budget next year that is as you pointed out yesterday, Commissioner Rex wrote, that's significantly increasing. So we could put that into percentages, but from $1.1 million to $1.5 million, I think the number was high 20% kind of growth. That just the absolute number there relative to your tax collection, or your tax line item that Andrew's speaking to, there's a gap and you're relying on the drawdown of that fund. So that's just something to consider, I think, to Andrew's point, as you approach where do you want to go next year. I think to some degree, the volatility in that spend, depending on the millage, we're at a position where we're targeting spending more.
Yeah.
So.
I lost you on that. How do we jump from $1 million to $1 million?
So next year, what Lena talked about yesterday with Fund 281, what's in the budget, in the proposed budget right now is $1,517,000. So 2020, this is the magic of the calendar year, and the winter billing cycle don't exactly align, but in effect, we're going to take in $1.1 million in tax revenues, probably mostly in the first quarter of next year. And over the course of that same year, we would be spending at a rate, if we accepted that proposed budget, of more like $1.5 million. Does that make sense?
So you'll draw down your fund balance. If the proposed budget draws it down by 300,000, I'm just rounding up slightly. And to Sean's credit, and he did this work and he told me, this is what I've done. And I said, did it come in between 300,000 and 500,000? He said, yes. And I said, well, I've had enough history with this department because I was here in 2012 and have watched this over the years. And so it was my guess, just off my head, looking at the proposed and what he came up with. So great minds think alike.
And then she said, good luck, and I hope it goes well for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So at some point that we're gonna have new construction, so there's some new construction, will any of those numbers be on the winter tax bill that we don't know about yet?
This is based, oh, sorry, that's Andrew's.
So the things that we're determining the levies for right now are roads, seniors, and early childhood.
But for the taxable values.
So
that are going to pay these.
Right, so correct. So that taxable value that is going to impact these levies has been set for 2023.
Okay.
So in next spring, after we have March Board review, we'll have new taxable value for 24.
Right, so somebody building right now, that taxable, that's going to go on the tax rolls in the winter, though, we'll get that next spring, correct?
So someone building right now, their taxable value is not going to be billed for until 2024.
It'll be in 24.
Correct.
Okay, well, yeah.
Yeah.
no.
So
Okay,
the only thing, the taxable value that we have right now represents what was there at the end of 2022.
Okay.
And just like any other municipality, the DTR makes the revenue collection whole for senior services, just like it does for your townships and your fire and rescues and your libraries. So there's no delinquent. There's a guesstimate just for timing purposes, because the collection starts December 1st. It finalizes between the 14th and 28th of February, and that's all of us paying our taxes. And then they settle, and the treasurer for the county makes all the municipalities whole, including senior services. And that's sometime between March and May, depending on the process. So there's a little bump to settle, but you'll have 100% of your levy in this fund. So there isn't going to be a risk of having a cash flow issue waiting for delinquent taxpayers.
So you're gonna be heavy in money, January, February, March, April, May, and then you're spending it down, spending it down, spending it down until your next levy, which will be December of '24.
Well, I personally appreciate the analysis that you provide on this, and I feel very comfortable that we should leave it where it is and maintain a fund balance at the end of next year as projected, and I think that's responsible.
So I have one more question. So at this time next year, though, we will be looking at all the taxable values for all the properties that are in the unit as of 2024.
So the
So
taxable,
there will be some new construction in there.
right, correct. So the taxable values that we'll be looking at will be from construction that is happening right now and what was there at the very end of 2023.
Right. Okay. Correct. That's.
Yeah.
Good, thank you for that. We
Now,
don't want to,
we,
can't roll that one back even just a little bit, huh? I recommend. A nice even 313.
So I mistakenly printed this and didn't realize until I walked in here, but I had to do a little millage sensitivity for myself. But that's what's in that gray row down at the bottom. And so what I was trying to figure out is the millage impact of $100,000. And so I guess I don't know that I'm in the business of recommending necessarily tax rates, but I was trying to help with if you were struggling with calculation.
We have not talked yet about the early childhood piece of this.
Right. Do you have one for chocolate?
I do not, because I think, shouldn't look behind me, but
We don't have their balance or finances in front of us.
correct. And I think that so correct me here, Kathy, I haven't lived the full cycle on this one yet, but I believe that one works differently from our standpoint because in effect, those expenditures are managed as they were discussed earlier. And so in effect, all I would be able to tell you is we've spent in line with the budget that I think Michelle was talking about earlier.
It's a contractual relationship that you, the board, have with the health department.
All we would see in the budget, if you look in that line, I was looking earlier, is a contractual services line in the early childhood fund.
So their contract is paid by millage and we set that millage rate up to 0.2458. So that 0.25 or 2458 is going to bring in how much money?
It's supposed to bring in an estimated $887,142.
$142. And the budget is 600 and some, 670. So that's.
Should we be hearing from the people who do?
You can hear what their fund balance is today.
I'd have to look at I don't have the fund balance. I can get that for you quickly. But
Did you want to take a break?
Yeah, we can do that.
I think we can move this forward to next week, but I think we need those financials before we can make this decision.
That would be helpful to do that, to move it forward. And we have a motion on the floor. Are you willing to move it forward when?
To next week?
Right. So we can get this information.
Sure.
That was the exact same question I had, because I mean, if there's 2 million, I'm exaggerating, but there's 2 million in that fund balance, it changes how much we think we're gonna levy this year for operations, so.
I just want to make sure that's good with the second, Commissioner Ross, correct?
So now let's have an official motion to move forward.
I would move to recommend to move this forward to regular meeting.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So what we need are the figures to run the program for next year.
Fund
We
balance.
have the budget.
We have their budgets, we need fund balance.
600 and some thousand.
The fund balances are what's required.
Did we vote?
No.
Okay, just checking.
And Sean can call
Yeah, we should do that.
Dodie and get, right? You can talk to Dodie at the health department.
And, yeah, you want, I mean, we don't have a fund balance, of course, because we, you all pay us for the work we actually do, so, but what we could do is get our estimated expenditures through the end of the year. Is that what you're looking for?
For 2024.
In
But I think we
2024,
can,
I just gave them our
yeah,
projected
we're good.
budget, so we
In
got
twenty
that.
twenty-three, we're going to bring in $800 and some thousand, correct?
Based on it.
Correct.
Based on this.
We need to.
Based on, that's based on,
The budget for next year is. So it's been building, that fund balance has been building, and who's sitting on that fund balance, I don't know. We are.
So last year at this time, the recommendation, I believe, from the board was what the approved budget was, is what you did as a millage. So
Okay.
it was, in essence, rolled back to qualify what the health department was looking for. Andrew, do you have?
correct. So last year, it was, the millage was reduced from 0.2458 to 0.2111. And the result, that was about $115,000 reduction in revenue. So what was levied last year produced about 700,000.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, so that would be the reason there's probably not a fund balance, because we've been
Right.
basically
This-
allocating revenue to match expenses.
right.
Yeah, your amended budget for 23 for early childhood is 722,828.
So you will bring back for next week, another sheet of something that helps us all get on the same page and we make sure we
What
know.
millage rate will bring that amount in, that's what we need.
The 2024 ask.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a quarterly bill and
Okay.
Andrew, can you wait till next week for yours?
I sure can.
We're planning on it anyway, weren't you?
That's right.
Thank you.
For all those answers.
We are now down to senior service.
I don't think you have both. I didn't hear both. That's okay.
All those in support of the motion to move this forward, say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 7-0. Do we need a break?
Yes.
The clerk is swarming.
Good observation.
5-minute break.
You hear me?
2-hour break, is that what you said?
What?
2-hour break?
No. I said we gotta wrap this up in 2 hours. That's what we're wrapping.
Let's go.
I don't know how to adjust it.
I need a couple screws, and my angle, phone, and then-
I like saying.
I-
Yeah. Microphones are now live.
Welcome back. We are now on our agenda at item number 7, and we're going to start out with 7A. We heard a little bit about this yesterday. but
You did.
we're gonna Talk about a program with Share Care.
And Sean and Kathy set me up for this, so thank you.
Nice job.
So what I'm here to present is a renewal of the Share Care contract with an addition of a wellness program. Thanks.
Sorry.
So much moral support, right? So what you have in front of you is the red lined contract. It is currently with council. So I am asking for approval pending council review. Currently, we pay up to $56,000 to Share Care for 12 different programs that they offer to our Leelanau County seniors on a volunteer basis, including transportation. What I'm trying to capture is a wellness programming for our healthy and active senior population, which makes up about 52% of our current population. That's age 60 to 69 is at that 52%. That came from the annual report done in July. So going back to some of the talking points yesterday, we currently serve 2,412 seniors for our for our asset testing. So for our financial support that we go through asset testing. So we're missing this active and healthy population. And that's what I'm trying to, I would like to pilot the program through Share Care to provide minimum of monthly programs throughout the county. Ideally, it would be weekly programs throughout the county if it's a successful program.
Okay, before we take questions, can we get a motion on the floor?
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve Leelanau County Senior Services to enter into an agreement with Share Care of Leelanau as presented. The contract agreement term begins January 1st, 2024, continues through December 31, 2024, pending council review and approval.
Or
If the move is second, when you want to speak to your motion, and then we'll go to Commissioner Butler.
I have heard from citizens, first of all, I have a question. Is it 52% are age 69 and over?
Nope, 60 to 69.
60 to 69 is 52% of us. Holy cow. I've heard from citizens that they would like wellness programs for active seniors. Traverse City has a senior center with a separate millage for those kinds of activities. We do not. So if we could expand a bit our program, we would, first of all, we'll have a chance to see how that is received and used. But we could do some outreach we haven't been able to do in the past. I was excited to meet the new directors of Share Care because she does come from directing an activity center and she sounds very proactive and loves the idea of getting involved with seniors who are still active. So that rounds out the program and serves a big chunk of our population, which I think is important. I think you have to say it's older than 69 that's still active though. I don't like.
just going with numbers. Okay? No opinion insert.
Bigger numbers, 70 of us, 75% of us are.
Commissioner Lautner?
I was just going to make a motion that we, or make an amendment to the motion that we have a cost of $25,000 to pilot this.
It is actually a cost of 44,000. It is in the packet you received. I don't know what page.
Okay, I'd say 25,000 for wellness programming services and planning.
Okay.
Got another number?
Well, with that, there's the 7,000 for print materials and advertising, and then activity supply expense and program facilitator expense.
Okay, but you also have 56,000 for volunteer.
That is our current contract with ShareCare.
Got you, okay. So what you're saying is this is at a cost of $44,000.
Up to.
Up to $44,000. I just think that should be part of the motion.
I don't know what the amendment is. I mean, I heard your question, but how would you amend it? Would you read the motion?
I can go back to, the first one?
Oh, what?
It's a motion by Agmeyer to recommend to the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners to approve Leelanau County Senior Services to enter into an agreement with ShareCare of Leelanau, Inc. as presented. The contract agreement term begins January 1, 2024, and continues through December 31st, 2024, pending the council review and approval.
So the amendment would say, right after in agreement with ShareCare middle, second paragraph, middle of it. For up to $44,000 as presented.
In addition of up to 44, you mean? For a total, so we'd have to.
Well, she's talking about just the bonus approval. Oh, I was speaking to just the bonus portion. You're
Yeah,
right.
this is the
Okay.
whole contract.
This is the whole contract.
So the whole contract would be up to 100,000. 56 of that would be up to, or 50, up to 56 would be the
So
volunteer.
up to $100,000.
Correct.
So that's your amendment?
Yes.
And that is spelled out quite clearly on page 20.
It's not even a
29.
motion, no.
That's okay, we could put that.
You have a second to that amendment? Second. Discussion.
Are you, on just the amendment or just the entire program?
In general, any questions?
Okay, I may still have the floor. You have potential meeting spaces, but are these just some you've looked at or you thought of, or are you going to be looking for additional?
These are the ones for potential meeting spaces that are free of charge.
Because I don't see anything down in Allen Township at all.
And I will add that to it.
Great part. And then my next question would be, I see like you've got Tai Chi, and I know there's an active Tai Chi. It's all seniors presently out at Solon Township Hall. So what would happen, like if you were to bring Tai Chi there, what happens to the group that meets and presently pays for hall rental?
I'm in the process working with ShareCare to get all those individual groups down on paper so we can join them, add to it, help market that. So it's open to all Leelanau County seniors.
Commissioner Ross.
Yes, last year I spent a great deal of time working with April and identifying throughout the county these opportunities. And my comment to her back then was that there are things going on, but they're not, the information is not being disseminated in a way that made it an effective way for people to connect with other seniors and get the wellness opportunities that we should be providing. As I met my constituents, everyone would show me like a brochure from Benzie County or Kalkaska County, all these amazing opportunities. And we look at our newsletter and say, well, yeah, Euchre sometimes. Frankly, I was just, I took it very, very personally because I'm gonna be 65 this month. And I totally agree, we need to do this program. I want to fully support it. And again, we're not reinventing the wheel on this, we're just providing, we're the leader in the county. We're the county senior services division. We need to provide this support so that we have a wellness for every single resident in this county. So I'm 100% behind you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kramer.
Just to kind of fill everyone in, because I was kind of new to this too, and we just had our senior services meeting. That is the plan, is to create these partnerships with pre-existing organizations and different people who are doing these things, and really bring them together as a hub. So we do have those services that we can offer our people here in Leelanau County. So I think this is an excellent program, and I'm really excited to see what you can do with it.
Any other questions, discussion? We have an amendment on the floor. The amendment is up to $100,000. All those in support of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Motion or amendment approved. Now let's vote on the original motion. All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda are two agreements, one with Area Agency on Aging and the other with MAP Services. And those are for our outreach for Medicare and Medicaid planning purposes that Bruce Barnes does here out of the government center. So there's no changes to those.
I move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners to approve the Leelanau County Senior Services to enter into an agreement with the Area Agency on Aging, I believe, right, of Northwest Michigan to provide MIPPA beneficiary outreach and assistance services for seniors. The contract agreement will begin September 1st, 2023, and continue through August 31st, 2024, pending council review and approval.
Been moved and seconded. Any question? All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion approved 7-0. More?
Oh, sorry, jumping the gun there. The last one is with the with MAP program for the renewal of the agreement for Bruce Barnes for the Medicare and Medicaid assistance programming.
Last one was NIPA.
And that was with Area Agency on Aging.
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve Leelanau County Senior Services to enter into an agreement with MMAP for NIPA beneficiary outreach and assistance services for seniors. Contract agreement term is September 1, 2023 through August 31st, 2024, pending council review and approval. Support.
Discussion.
One discussion for the purposes of future document search. Do we have the motions spell out MIPPA and MMAP in both, in all of these?
Yeah, I can do that.
All those in support of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trudy, thank you for your patience and thanks for being here. We have 3 items that you're going to deal with.
Yes, and Lois Bailey, Chair for the Solid Waste Council, is going to join me, and Emma Ross is also a member of our Solid Waste Council, so both of them can add to what I'm going to talk about today. So the first item is one that's going to take a little explanation. Let me start first by just a little refresher. We do household hazardous waste and electronics collections on typically on 4 Saturdays. That's what we used to do throughout the county. They're spread around. A couple years ago, we decided to change the Peshabi-town one to a Monday, not knowing how that would work out. It was typically our lowest one for appointments. And just by making that change to a Monday from noon to 5:30, it became either our number one or our number two as far as appointments, which was a surprise to us that people liked a weekday. And it also meant that we had staff members who did not, got rid of one of those working Saturdays through the year. So that's when we do the collections, and we have since 2014 had contracts with ERG for the hazardous waste part of it, and then electronics was with Comp Renew. So 2 contractors working at all of these collections. And we bid those out this year because the contracts are up at the end of 2023. So this first one deals with the electronics collections. We bid that out on April 14th. And I was able to check online through that Michigan Intergovernmental Trade Network that we had 10 companies download the request for proposals, and 2 companies responded. Neither one of the companies responded properly to everything in the proposal. Comp Renew responded to what was in the RFP, but their format of how they submitted it didn't meet all of our requirements. And then Bay Area Recycling for Community, which is BARC, responded with all the formatting and the proper procedure, but they did not respond to what we asked for. They gave us an alternative. In the RFP, we had language that said we could accept or reject or waive any irregularities in any of the proposals. So both of those proposals went forward to the Solid Waste Council to review them. And they made a recommendation on ERG for hazardous waste, which is next on your agenda. They were the only ones to reply. And then they held 2 meetings on the electronics one to discuss those 2 proposals. So Comp Renew, their cost went up. I knew all these prices were going to go up. I mentioned to you yesterday, we were locked in with 2014 rates. So I knew they were going up. Comp Renew's rate went up more than double. Right now, we're paying them around $5,000 per collection for electronics. And what I did is I gave them an invoice from last year, and I said, use these volumes and give me what a new invoice would look like with your new proposal. And that went up from about $5,000 to over $12,000. So we knew that we were going to see that increase, and it was quite a bit. BARC put in a proposal which was totally different than Comp Renew. Comp Renew bid on doing the 3 Saturdays and the 1 Monday. BARC put in a proposal for 22 electronic collections, not on Saturdays, so they would not be with our hazardous waste collections. They put it in for Fridays from 10 to 2, and they would be moving in different locations around the county. And with that one, it's hard for me to tell you what the cost would be because we've never done a collection like that before. Their cost to have their staff on site is lower than Comp Renew's, so we have savings there. But I don't know how much we would collect. I don't know how popular that would be with people. If we have 10 people coming, if we'd have 110 people coming, it's just kind of an unknown right now. So at the August meeting, the Solid Waste Council made a motion on the electronics collection to approve entering a contract with BARC at their proposed cost. That passed 5 yes, 1 nay, 1 abstention, which was Andy Gale. He is the owner of BARC, and he is on our Solid Waste Council and was there. And then we had 2 absent. I did point out in the meeting minutes and included those with you here that I believe the BARC proposal is going to put more work on our staff because there's definitely going to need to be education to people to understand you can't bring your electronics to the hazardous waste collections anymore because we're doing it this way. And we're going to have to answer the phone calls and the emails and get some more advertising out there. To add to this, Comp Renew, finding out that BARC was recommended, sent me correspondence that said we withdraw our bid under protest. I did talk with them a few years ago about some options. They did have some other options they thought we could consider for electronics, but they did not put that in their bid. They could have submitted, the bid and then an alternative, and they did not. So that's what I'm bringing to you today. Is that a pretty good summary?
I think so.
Okay. So what I did is I pointed out 3 options for you. Number 1 is to accept the Solid Waste Council recommendation, proceed with corporate counsel drafting a contract with BARC. If you choose that one, my suggestion would be to have the attorney do this as a 1-year contract with the ability to do extensions so that we can evaluate that after 1 year and see how it works for the residents and for the county. Number 2 would be to reject the proposals, direct staff to rebid it, and allow more flexibility with the proposals. With that one, the bids are already out, so everyone knows the cost. I'm not too concerned about that because the cost per pound on all of these items was pretty close on both bids. It was mainly their staff time. I don't know if you're going to get anybody else to respond. I don't even know if Comp Renew will bid again a second time around. That's just an unknown. And then the third one would be to not collect electronics. If you do that, that will also have more work on staff because we're going to have to notify people now is what do you do with your electronics, you know, contact a scrap metal dealer or take them back to stores if you can, like TVs, or they go into the garbage. So those are 3 of the options that I presented here for you to consider.
Mr. Lautner.
I think a couple of things. You said you don't know the number of the Bay Area recycling. You don't know what it would cost.
He proposed 22 collections on Fridays, not participating in the hazardous waste collection. When that was brought up at Solid Waste Council meeting, he did say for the first year they could come to those collections in case people brought electronics. My response was no, because we're not going to be able to stop them from bringing it then if they know that you're there. And that could be very confusing. The other thing with the BARC proposal is when he submitted it, he said they could not do document shredding, which we've been doing. That's pretty popular. When he spoke at the August meeting, he had talked with a company in Traverse who could supply them with the bins to do this, to get the shredding and take it back. I have concerns with that because you need to be certified and we need to make sure that we have the comfort of citizens knowing that if they're bringing tax documents and so forth, these are secure. This is a company that's certified to do this. So I don't know if that's even on the table if you go with BARC to do document shredding.
Okay. So it's awfully difficult to accept a contract with him if we don't know what it's going to cost. And the next question with him would be, I don't think we need 22 collections. Would he look at doing 1 a month instead of 2 a month? You know, so if everybody got used to every first Friday of the month as electronic day or something, I just think that would be much more realistic for the county, especially if we are going to change from that. And then if it's half cost, that would be better too. You had 1 nay vote. Do you know what the objection was?
I don't think he spoke to the objections. Was that Tom?
Yeah, that was Tom.
Yeah,
He did raise questions. Looking for the minutes here real quick.
I mean, did he want to go rebid them or what was his, you know, does he have concerns we should know about or questions that we?
If I remember correctly, Tom had some questions, like you just said, you know, do we need that many collections? Is that really a good day for citizens on a Friday from 10 to 2 when they've been coming on Saturdays or the Monday in Peshabi Town? That's just off my recollection. I don't have those minutes
So
here,
he's
but
thinking maybe let's look at this some more. I think stopping collection is not an option. I think it's really good to get these things into the recycling if we absolutely can. I just, you know, I don't want to see them end up in the landfill if we can avoid it. So I don't know, you know, 2, do you want to rebid and try to get some flexibility perhaps? And it's almost what I'm asking you to do with BARC anyway, is to go back and rebid that one. So I would say that number 2 myself.
Commissioner Ross.
Yeah, so sitting on the council for the first time.
Yeah.
So this is all fairly new to me, but I have been thinking about it a lot in addition to attending all the meetings. And I think it was just so enticing, the BARC proposal to us, because it was looking at hopefully saving some money for the county in the program. But I think there are just too many unknowns and too many uncertainties with this current arrangement that I think the fairest thing personally going forward is to try to rebid it. I spoke with Trudy and I believe we have time in the framework of the recycling that maybe just being a little bit more specific on our wants. Before we put out the bids and try to clean up these questions. My other big concern is her staff time in the office, fielding all these questions. We know what that office, the workload is right now, so we really need to consider that highest priority, that we're making a workable solution to electronics collections. And I am not in favor of just doing the vouchers. I think we've already set a precedent in this county of accepting those items, and I think until the situation changes dramatically, we should continue that as part of our recycling millage that we have asked them to support, which they do.
Just a point of clarification, we have this sheet here for Bay Area that says $6,600 cost lump sum, $300 per event. That's not their total cost or what?
He entered it both ways. I was confused by that too, because I had to call him and say, you know, according to my calculations, this is a lot if you're charging that per event, the 6,600 represented sheet, and
No,
he.
it says 300 per event.
Right, but then he put the total, which would be the total for the 22 collections.
22 times 300.
Yeah, he should have entered.
600. So it seems like we have a price here. You said we didn't have a price.
He should have entered it one way or the other, not both.
That's just for mobilization. Okay?
Yeah.
The numbers underneath the price per pound you're gonna pay to get it. That's just for him to haul the stuff out, right?
There's
Right.
the sheet.
You still have to pay per pound to get rid of the stuff, and that's my understanding.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
That's the unknown, is we've never done it this way. We don't know how much we would collect on a Friday from 10 to 2. Could be a lot, could be a little, so I can't give you a bottom number like I do with Comp Renew, where I can say, this is what we've done in the past. They proposed it the same way, but with an increase, here's what it will cost.
We could also.
So, I mean, but you could, you could look at, if I understand your numbers right, cost per pound isn't much different between them. And so we would assume then that if the same amount was brought to you on these new days, the cost would be about the same as Comp Renew. The savings to the county are in the staff on during weekday and not Saturday paid, right? That's the potential savings there.
Correct.
Right.
And then we would have the additional cost of advertising and staff time to alert everyone to these collections, however many that would be done, so that they understand, don't bring your items on Saturday, hazardous waste. These are the collections now. So there's some cost there.
Yeah. People. And so the only question I have about bidding out again is we already have one successful, only one real bidder, we know of, and everyone knows that number. There's no guarantee we get additional bidders, and there's no guarantee that BRA would come back with the same price.
Right.
And I mean, if I were them, I'd be looking and saying, I don't see any other potential competitors in this situation. Yeah, I'll bid you again, but now it's 20% more. So there is some danger to that approach. I kind of like Commissioner Lovner's idea of maybe trying to negotiate with them and see what you consider less.
Fewer times.
Fewer collection days. And I think once a month is entirely adequate. People can plan around that. And try and negotiate the best deal you know them, because I have a fear that we go again, it's not gonna get any better.
Good point.
And I would definitely say a one-year contract, right? We agree on that.
100%, yes, that was, yeah, that was.
Do you need a motion to that effect, or you have direction that you need to, know what you're doing?
I think we need a motion to, especially if you want us to work with him on a contract, so that we can get that drafted up. Lois and I can work with Bart.
I'll take a stab at this. I would move to approve the solid waste council to proceed with corporate council and negotiating a contract with BARC Park, comprising of 12, trying to get to 12 collections a year instead of 22, and that contract be for a term of 1 year with up to 5 years of repeatable at our option.
I'm gonna support, but I do want you to check into the certification for the shredding operation, correct?
Yes, I will.
And then when you say one per month, where is that gonna be? is that gonna rotate around? I mean, do we want to be specific on that, or do we want to?
I expect that they come back in negotiations.
Yeah, that's probably the part of the negotiations.
Because I think his idea with that was that we were trying to bring it to a real local feel, so we get more people. But
Yeah.
Then he may come back and say 18 is the minimum we'll do. I don't know. We don't know that till the negotiation takes place. So.
Then when you get done negotiating, you'll come back with a final proposal.
Sure.
We have a motion on the table, we're ready to vote. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Roads plowing in Northport in the winter, you know, we may want to do that collection in the summer in Northport.
You know, little known secrets, it's always sunny and warm in Northport.
It's
colder first, though. Next on our agenda is the household hazardous waste contractor selection.
So this item should go quicker. This starts on page 245 of your packet. And we bid this out again in April. We only had one response, which is from the company that we've been working with for quite a few years. It's from ERG. Their costs did go up by about 50%. Again, I did anticipate that, and I put that into the 2024 budget. And the reason we anticipated this is we've been talking with other counties who were not locked in like we were for so many years, and they were seeing a 50% increase roughly. Some of them more. So I expected that. So this recommendation from the Solid Waste Council is to approve a new contract with ERG at the proposed cost pending the contract review by corporate counsel. Sorry, I didn't mean to read all of that for you. I'm not making the motion.
Want to repeat what Judy just said in the form of a motion?
So moved.
Good motion to you.
Okay, it's been
So
moved
do you
and
want to
seconded.
include the cost not to exceed, or? You got the cost increase to 30,007.
Right, you're not really going to be able to do a not to exceed. If you do it according to his proposal,
So,
we're locked into his rates, but that will fluctuate depending on the volumes we collect.
Comfortable with that, then leaving the cost out? We have a motion on the table. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved, 7-0.
Were you listening to my comments?
No.
Oh, public comment?
Now we have the fee increase.
So you don't want to listen to my comments again, I don't think, on our proposed recommendation from the Solid Waste Council to go from $29 to $30. You can see where our increases are coming from, and potentially even more as we try to add fold composting in as a startup. You know, it's a moving target, trying to come up with an actual number for the year. Any questions?
If I could just add to that, this is something that I did after the Solid Waste Council meeting. So I talked with Sean yesterday, and I wanted to look at the fund balance in that account. And it was mentioned earlier that we have a policy, which is true. I drafted a policy years ago for the, excuse me, for the Solid Waste Council, so that we could identify, here's what we can do with these funds, here's what we cannot do with these funds. It's very clearly spelled out. And then that we have to maintain a minimum of $60,000 in our fund balance throughout the year. That's kind of a very brief summary for you, but that's how that policy works. It was approved by the Solid Waste Council, approved by the county board a couple of times. We tweaked it a few times over the years. So that's in place. So our fund balance has fluctuated, and the low was around 87,000 in 2016 with a high of about 375,000 in 2021. And working with Sean, he's projected based on our revenue expenses this year that we'll end up with a fund balance about 250,000 going into next year. We collect these taxes on the December tax bill. So when they're collected, they fund the next year. So we have to have money available to go into the next year while we're waiting for taxes to get paid, because not everybody pays their taxes in December and they're not delinquent until the spring. So we do need money to pay those expenses in the beginning part of the year, which means we do have to keep some fund balance available. As I talked with Sean, one of the things that I pointed out is that we've had 4 years since 2015 where our expenses were higher than our revenue coming in. And I don't like to see that, because we want to stay under that. But you can see just from the discussion today is our expenses are going up. Our revenue is pretty stable. It's $29 per year per housing unit. And we get maybe 100 more of those every year, something like that. It doesn't go up very much, but the expenses are rising. So eventually we're just going to keep nicking away at that fund balance and it's going to get low. When I presented this to the Solid Waste Council, the idea about raising the recycling fee, what they thought would be a better approach was instead of going up to the maximum that the voters approved, which was $35 per housing unit. In 2020, they approved it. Solid Waste Council felt like we should just do small increments instead, like $1 at a time. That doesn't get a lot, a $1 increase from 2023 to 2024. We're talking about $16,000 more in our budget, but that's 16,000 more that can handle some of these increased expenses.
Commissioner Lutton.
Chair, can you remind me, what's the collection when it comes to an apartment building?
Each of the units, the housing units get charged.
So with Morgan Hill down there putting hundreds of units in, each one of those will.
That's in the city of Traverse City area. We don't get that. Yeah. If I talked with our attorney about that a while ago, if we did that, we would have to have that. We wouldn't be able to separate for just those units that are in Leelanau County on their ballot issue, I guess is the way it was explained to me. So they're not, but could be.
Anybody want to make a motion? Commissioner Olger.
I motion to recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the request from the Leelanau County Solid Waste Council to increase the recycling fee, PA 69 of 2005 from $29 to $30. Support.
Discussion.
It would be nice if we could single out the people in Traverse City or Grand Traverse County, because I honestly believe that Elmwood Township, 30 or 40% of the people come from the south.
I think so too.
We did do some on-site surveys with that a few
Right.
years ago. I don't know the number, but we, I don't think it was high as what you suggested, but yes, we do get them from the.
Easy to
southern
get
area.
to, it's nice to get clean, you do a good job.
A motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
We now have the county clerk request on the agenda.
I'm assuming they're watching and are walking out towards us. So,
Page 267 of our board book.
I love it.
We need to wait to make a motion.
Is the clerk coming?
yes, they're on their way right now. I
Okay.
can see them in the hallway.
Seven.
Oh, yeah. Just a second.
Afternoon.
Hello. This request is for that interactive geographical election results system I told you about a little bit yesterday. It's to aid in the release of election night results. It doesn't have anything to do with tabulating. It doesn't have anything to do with whether you vote on your paper ballot or early voting. It's simply a reporting mechanism that we're hoping will enhance the results as they're coming in, make it a little easier for people to understand and utilize the system. I do have, because we haven't had quite as many elections, I do have the funding available in this year's budget. And because it was over the 4,500 in your budget rules, it's 5,000. I'd want to come to you anyway, just so you could see what's available. And I don't know if any of you had time since you got your packet to go on any of the counties that do
do reporting through this system. It's I think it's interactive. I think it's definitely worth trying to see how those results come out to people that night. And everything we do is still backed up, of course, with paper. This, like I said, is a separate standalone, simply a reporting tool.
Okay.
I would move to recommend that the County Board of Commissioners approve electionreporting.com interactive geographical election results system in the amount of $5,000 with a yearly licensing fee of $1,500 per year after the first year. Funds to come from 101-425-191-801-000. And I'd like to add that as someone who's on your website on election night, it looks like it'll be a really helpful system.
Move in second. Any questions, Commissioner Lautner?
So, Michelle, presently, your staff just physically uploads election results as you get them off the their tabulators at the precincts, and they call those numbers into you.
They come in, they have scan disc
discs.
cards, and they're put into a computer that's not connected to the internet. And we're working more with Excel and
Word,
and to get them in a presentable fashion to those that are trying to use it. We're cutting off columns. It'd be too cumbersome. We'd be talking 200-300 pages that the average citizen that wants to be looking for results would be just having a mess navigating if we don't spend exorbitant amounts of time on election night when we're trying to do everything else. So it is the same. It's going to be handled the same way. It's not like it's.
Same amount of staff time then, or will this cut down?
No, I'm hoping on election night, Jen is convinced it will cut down.
Yep. So it's it basically takes the results that I would normally post in a Word document and selects it so that you can go right to that race. So you would go to District Commissioner 7 and you'd see the results instead of scrolling 200 pages to get to your result. So it's it's an interactive.
I see. And then, but you said, so how is it not connected to the internet?
It's not.
So once we load it to the website, in our PDF, of course.
How do you get those results? Use the same way as before?
Yes.
Precinct the number closes, they
Yep.
call you.
Well, no one calls us.
No one calls
And
anymore.
actually, it's going to be
They do
different.
get it to you through the internet.
No.
Virtual private network. And actually, we're probably not even going to use this time. We're going to wait till they physically drive up here with their little disc, and it's going to take longer to get the results. But it's just not worth the questions.
Gotcha.
Or concerns. That's a better word.
So nothing
Questions
will
are
go on the
good.
internet,
Concern.
I just wanted to
Mhm.
make sure.
Yep.
So it's nothing go on the internet until they bring you that disc card. And
Yep.
put it in.
Yep.
And they have the paper tabulation at the same time, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Canvassing is still the same. You've got your paper trail with this to verify, because everything you post on election night is always unofficial. And that's where people sometimes get a little too excited. It's always unofficial till the paper is compared to those reports.
Commissioner Kramer? Did you have your hand up?
Nope.
I think we're ready to vote. All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we need to appoint a representative to the area agency on aging. It's 281 of our board book. And on page 281, we'll see four nominees or four applicants. Charles Godbout is going to pass. Jack Messer, who is the executive director for Charlevoix Area Agency on Aging, is an applicant. Terrence Mulvihill is currently seated in another board, and Carrie Sharp is on the Solid Waste Council. So we have four names to consider, looking for a recommendation. Commissioner Roy.
I want to recommend Jack Messenger, first of all, super qualified director of the County Commission on Aging, Michigan State Police Lieutenant, and a Marine veteran. Okay, he's pretty proud of that. and he lives in my district in Bingham.
Support.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Laurel, for your work on this. We now have appointment to the Energy Futures Task Force recommendation. And I believe that we have recommendations from Van over
Our work group met. Has met several times. We received applications. I thank Laurel for her work and support on this. We have 12 very qualified people, and we have amazing resource people who can step in as needed. And the list over there. And they're pretty well, it's a pretty diverse group, which is helpful.
Next question. You know Steve's nonprofit?
I'm sorry.
He's a retired forester. And very into sustainable forestry practices. So a brand new person to the county. Like within weeks, I think he's not got residents.
This is your recommendation. We do not have a motion.
You know what? I don't have enough copies. I thought I made it up. Can I?
I'll get one after.
I'll get one.
Camera.
So as a task force, we have recommended a number of 12. But what we still don't have represented on this list is someone from the ag community, and that was one of our requirements. So we do have 2 contacts that are in the ag community. This is not their great time to ask them to do something more. You know, it's a busy time for them. But John Dindia with Lakeview Hills CSA is wanting to do it. He just did not get his application in on time. So I would like to reserve the right to add somebody in that ag segment until we see his application and approve it. We can't add him, but he intends to and he wants to serve, but he got married on Friday too. So.
We thought that was one of the better reasons to not put your apple.
Yeah,
for sure. Getting married.
Commissioner Lautner?
Yes, well, I would like to serve on this committee also. I see you've got 2 commissioners on there, a third would not create a quorum. And I understand that both Commissioner Ross and Commissioner Oliver would like to serve on it. I obviously can bring to the table what Tom Van Pelt can. Tom did make it clear that he would not be serving on this as a chair and director, but as a resource. So we don't have anyone from Shareland Electric. Shareland Electric will be happy to send a resource as requested to answer any questions. Tom also may not be able to make all of the meetings, in which case he or I could for sure be there. I also could fill that ag community slot.
We are going to have meetings on Zoom. So if someone has a difficult time physically getting to me, they can
That's not a
attend
problem.
it. So
That's not a problem.
So and when we spoke with Tom Van Pelt, was very willing to do this, I think. And we have our 12.
Yes, but she's to mention an ag community person, so I can fill that slot as well. The double bang for you.
Well, we've got 2 people we've already got.
Commissioner Kramer?
Oh, nothing, this may neither be here nor there, but I was thinking someone from like Truckers Connect or the business community as a whole. Because I think that could be a really cool partnership because they're dealing with a lot of the startups and businesses who are tackling these exact issues in the state of Michigan. So, or even small business administration. I'm not sure, but just some way to tie in a larger business community.
Mary, the groundworks.
Okay,
That's,
yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's kind of our thinking of it,
Mhm.
statewide.
Yeah.
So we need a motion. Would you like me to read every name for the motion?
Are we going to add Melinda's name to it and also the name that Hannah brought up?
Well, we're getting large. I don't think we started off with the idea of having 2 commissioners. I don't think we need to be commissioner heavy. I appreciate your interest.
I would make a motion that we appoint to the Energy Future Task Force, the appointees as submitted with me in the ag community segment.
Yes.
I didn't hear.
I'll be the 13th to fill the slot of the ag community representative. And that was
I do.
So our idea with someone on the ag committee, his business, the CSA, is 100% renewable energy. He is the living epitome of what sustainable energy in the ag sector looks like. And I think his participation in this is just vital. He just is a businessman who was in height of his harvest season and he got married. He did not get his application in on time. I'm gonna fight for that. And he's a young person that's gonna bring us forward into the future in a sustainable fashion. We need people like that on this committee. New people.
So may I speak to my motion as per our board rules?
Pardon?
As per our board rules, may I speak to my motion?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. So, I take a little offense to the objection to me serving on this board respectfully. To say that you want a young person, it's a little offensive. I think you're assuming that I don't have a business, which I do have a business. And I think there's some assumptions that that I don't support the renewable industry. I work every month on 2 different boards that are doing precisely that. I supported, and we had the very first community solar project in northern Michigan. We also have another solar project a little further south that is also open to public to purchase panels from. We have been working very hard at becoming carbon free. So I asked you a while back, I said, Cherryland Electric was at 66% carbon free at the time. And Kim, I believe you said that wasn't good enough. So I have to ask you today, would almost 90% be good enough? The answer would be yes, because I don't think we could be any more than that. And that is where Cherryland Electric is going to be. So, Wolverine is striving extremely hard to be carbon free. We've just got a portfolio that's absolutely out of this world when it comes to that, and our prices are very good, as we see every month. It is very important to me that we have to look at every side of every issue. And what you're trying to do is limit me from serving on this, because I might have a different point of view. I would say it might be a different point of view. And it might be a different point of view, but it's very important that we look at all sides of those issues. I've watched my fellow commissioners receive handouts from our public and deliberately set them aside and leave them at the end of the day. Repeatedly. I'll let you know, I take every document handed to us by our public and I read it. Because for me to sit here,
I need to hear every side of every issue. So we can't just close our minds to certain ideas because we don't want to hear it, we don't want to read it. And that's disturbing to me because that is a practice I've seen happen here. And this is what I tend to see happening right now. This seems to be an example of that. So there is just absolutely no good reason when it comes to an energy task force to leave me off this energy task force.
Question for the board. I think the motion said that Melinda moved to appoint her as a 13th person, which would still allow for the ag person that you're talking about, Ken.
I think that would be 14.
That'd be 14, but.
I counted here,
It's kind of 11 on this list.
Oh, yeah, John has.
so that'd be 11, and him would be 12, and Melinda would be 13. Just, that was a clarification question, yes.
Sorry, I'm not sure this is I want to clarify, when we first came out with when came out with the Energy Futures Task Force, I do believe you voted against it. Is that correct? So I get concerned when someone is against something, but then also wants to be on the board that's supposed to be supporting it. Because that seems like a contradiction. And I think they're really looking for a knowledge base that, and I do appreciate the fact that you're sitting on Chairman Electric's board and that you can further the mission. However, I'm not seeing, and you also had a handout for us that was opposed to any sort of electric, solar issues. So I'm really wondering, I guess, Melinda, what your drive to be on this board would be?
My drive is to best serve the county of Leelanau County. So the motion was, the first question you're talking about is, do we create a committee? My answer, as I explained at that time, is we don't need a committee because I asked the understanding of what this committee would do. We did not get an answer. The answer was, well, we will come back with that. So that was the first problem I had with it was, what do you need? Because Cherryland Electric was already 60% carbon free. And the question was, are you going to cover this campus in solar panels? So I am opposed to covering this campus in solar panels. We really don't have a lot of area left to cover because our only open space presently is where our drain field is. And I don't believe solar panels can be placed over that.
I think that's your.
So the question is, let's make sure we do look at this knowledgeably. And that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I can bring some knowledge. Those things need to be done, need to be looked at, etc. So it's a matter of the information. Let's just look at the information and let's look at it from every angle. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Retro.
So I will support Melinda's position on this committee. I have heard from my fellow commissioners repeatedly that diversity of thought, approach, and ideas brings the best results. And either those comments were not genuine, or it would be hard to find a way to not accept Melinda's input into this.
I just want to make sure that.
Commissioner Russ, just a second, Commissioner Rainer, please. Mr. Russ.
So I'm looking at Tom Van Pelt's application, and he says he has over 30 years representing Leelanau County on the Cherryland Electric Board of Directors. And he currently represents Cherryland on the Wolverine Power Supply Cooperative Board of Directors. So I know that Cherryland is going to be very, very well represented by Tom Van Pelt on this committee. And this is an energy task force to collect information. Everything we do is going to be reported back to the Board of Commissioners, where at that point we welcome everybody's input. So I don't think you're being not included in this, but this work group is trying to focus and bringing in information, just information.
I have information. I can bring information. My turn.
Commissioner Kramer,
I didn't say anything.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I appreciate your interest. As Commissioner Ross said, this is a work group. We said that we would limit our membership to pretty much 12 members. And our goal is to get as diverse a representation as we can. We have two very fine people from CSAs who've already, we will have at least one of those. And I think that's important. You haven't indicated an interest till now. We've been working on this for a month. And we have our representation. Once we, I'd like to see in a year that we have a county committee, and I believe you're on a lot of county committees. At that point, we will be deciding which commissioners are on the county committee if we create that as a result of this work group. But at this point, instead of being commissioner, having in a work group, I would appreciate being able to have a diverse background. And I have to reiterate, as Commissioner Ross stated so well, everything will come back here for any approvals. So I'd like to stay within our original mandate, which was to get a diverse group of people to bring ideas back to the board. And then in a year, if we decide to form a committee, we will then decide how many commissioners will be on that committee.
I'd like to speak to the motion if I may. I sure made a lot of mistakes in my life about committee, improvement committee, the school, the search committees. What I've found all along is that sometimes getting the other side at the table eliminates surprises. I don't view Melinda Lochner as a supporter of alternative energy. I know her role in Charlotte Electric. But I'm going to assume that she's there to serve as a watchdog and make sure we're not doing something wrong. I think there's value in that. I think there's value in having to address within a committee some hard questions, some questions we might not want to deal with. I remember 10 years ago when I was interested in forming a committee on housing. And Melinda and I disagreed on that. We fought about that. Melinda is now on the Housing Action Committee. And Melinda now has some ideas about housing in the county. I'm going to support the motion because I think there's value in having all sides at the table. And I think Melinda Lochner's participation, if she's willing to do it in a constructive way, would be helpful.
Then I would like to increase our membership, potentially 14. Because we have commitments from a couple of people, like non-members.
I don't know that we have to be exclusionary on it. I'm comfortable with 14. Yes, Commissioner Kramer.
Yeah, that's me. I also don't have a problem, and I do like to hear opposing viewpoints, and I think that creates a strong board across the board. What I don't want to see is us playing politics with this, because I think it's really important that we further this for future generations. And if we can address issues and talk like adults and create this task force in a way that represents everyone, I'm cool with. But let's just make sure that we keep everybody, let's keep focused on what we're doing and not play the games, because there's boards that have been on where the games are being played. And I think if we really want to do this and do it well, we all have to come together and work it through, not play politics.
So I would ask, do we need to amend that motion to add that the board be consistent of 14 members? If somebody moves, I move as such.
We have an amendment. Are we ready to vote on the amendment?
Well, do I have an amendment to an amendment?
Yes, support it.
You can have up to 2 amendments.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
I
we have two
so I
amendments
just made an
now, right?
amendment
Hang on,
to Melinda's amendment to allow for the 14 members.
An amendment on the amendment
Oh, no, we don't.
No, my motion is not an amendment. My
Oh,
motion.
Right.
Oh, Mr.
Oh,
Motion.
yes, that's
Okay,
right.
I'm-
You
I'm
did
sorry.
interrupt me to get yours in.
So I'll
there.
correct my amendment is amendment to Melinda's motion to allow for 14 members on the board. Sorry.
Okay, and do I have a second?
Is there a second for that?
Yes.
Okay. All those in support of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Better do a roll call vote on that.
This is for 14 members.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rexroth,
Aye.
Commissioner Ross,
Aye.
Chairman Wessel,
Yes.
Commissioner Elder,
Yes.
Commissioner Kramer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lautner,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Rourke,
Yes.
7-0.
7-0. Okay, now we will vote on the original motion. And would you read that motion, please, Jen?
Sure, sort of.
As amendment, as amendment.
I had a motion by Lautner to appoint as submitted with Lautner as add community amendment now to include 14 individuals.
All those, are we ready to vote on that? All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion approved 7-0. We have a committee and we hope we get regular updates.
I have one comment. 25 years being on board, I don't remember people fighting to get on board, and I appreciate that.
I'll pick you up.
And the second thing is Camus person, John Daniga. You know, we have no papers on him, however, if we get some qualifications on it, maybe he should be added to the list in case someone gets off
As an alternate.
as an alternate.
No, he's on it.
Oh, he's on.
No,
Okay.
no, he is definitely, he's one of the original.
Okay, so okay. It's not here. Okay.
I did have a question.
Yes.
I put in an application for this and do commissioners need to apply? Do they need
No,
to send in?
no, they don't need to.
That's right. Okay.
On page 328 of our board book, we have our next agenda item. It is a permission to, want to explain it?
Sure. So we had submitted through the Michigan Veterans Affairs, and I know Mike Cruz with us here, so thanks, Mike, for being here. You can speak to this as well. This is part of the request that is done annually, so this is just a little bit of an expansion on what we've previously done. So would you like to kind of speak to that for us?
Sure. I'll get rid of the acronyms. It's the Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency. County Veteran Service Fund is the name of the grant through MBAA. So basically, any county that just wishes to accept the grant, at the very base, it's $50,000 per county. And once that's approved by the Board of Commissioners, signed by someone, after the 1st of October, the money is deposited in the county. And then anything above that, which that technically doesn't apply to your county. So like in Grand Traverse, our grant is for $110,649, I think it is. Because what it does is it's 50,000 at a base. And then anything after that, it's per capita of veterans in your county. And that total actually changes every year. Like last year, because of, we didn't use 2022's money, all of it. It was lowered for 2023 and we only had a little less than $6,000 this year, which we used for newspaper and newspaper related advertising, which helped drive traffic into the office here on Tuesdays. So working with Administrator Allen, the grant for 2024, when you review it, there's 22,000 and some change for advertising between billboards and newspapers. Another 12,000 for what we call lunch and learns, meal. So what we've done in Grand Traverse is we worked with the local VFW. I'm assuming I'll be doing that up here as well. where we advertise these lunch and learns for veterans and their spouses or widows of veterans to come and learn of all the benefits that they could be getting. And the other less than $13,000 is to remodel or renovate the Veterans Memorial that's up here on the hill to add the last Space Force Memorial that takes it out of the county's funds and puts it into a grant. So these grants start October 1 and they end September, the end of September.
Questions for Michael?
No, I was gonna make a motion. I would move to recommend that the county board of commissioners approve FY 2024 SCBSF grant agreement between Leelanau County and the Michigan Department of Military and Veterans Affairs and the Michigan Veterans Affairs Agency in the amount of $46,990 as presented, with funds to be deposited in 101-000-000-548-000. And thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions for Michael? Yes.
Quick question, should we be successful with the grant and look at remodeling our Veterans Memorial down there, that will come to us into buildings and grounds, correct?
It's, this is actually, the board had approved the grant submission, so this is actually accepting the funds to move forward.
Okay, oh, it's for accepting, okay, I didn't realize we were awarded it. Okay, so then that will go to buildings and grounds to decide what, and if we do anything down there, we come to the school board.
We can certainly do that. We have a proposal. Which is what the request was based on.
Thank you, and thank Chris for his service. Everybody that I have referred to him up here, outstanding.
Awesome. Thank you. Good to hear.
Michael, I understand you've been introduced to Leelanau Christian Neighbors by our representative of your group.
Yes.
And been working with them some.
They've been actually extremely helpful. I got introduced to them and probably within a week, we had a veteran who had a large financial issue and I contacted them, and through the county, Leelanau Christian Neighbors and one other organization, we helped pay for about a $11,000 financial issue that they weren't able to cover. So they've been really good.
Thank you. We need to vote. All those in support of the motion that's on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
We now are on item 12, and we did say this was for discussion only today. We have Eric and Dan here. Thank you for coming and thanks for sitting so long. Between the two of you and you review and we'll talk about it. We will defer it to next week for any action.
So you did receive a packet of information that is the most current, that's based on dialogue between respective legal counsel. I think there may still be some final wording that needs to be vetted, and some of that could be based on discussion today. But I think we've come to this meeting based on prior conversations about what would the terms of an agreement be to move forward with this proposal for the lower level project.
One thing I noticed when I looked at the packet yesterday is the architectural drawings that are in that packet are from the initial plan that came in at 619,000.
I thought so.
The plan that we're on now has eliminated all but 2 offices and the meeting room. So that's the one that's coming in at 358 that RCI proposed out of the 3 bids. So just so you know that.
We need to see that.
You.
I think actually you've had that previously. You can certainly send that out for Tuesday, since this is just discussion. You can certainly send that back to everybody.
Yeah, because those plans were all provided by the architect and engineers that you hired.
Yeah, this all came from legal yesterday.
I thought those looked like very solid cubes.
Yes,
Wow.
yes, we're on to cubicles now.
I was
So, yes.
amazed at how
And
solid-
no bathroom.
And no
That's
bathroom.
correct.
Could you, for the benefit of us, review all of the issues that have been resolved this week and kind of the details of the agreement?
Well, I'll ask Dan and Eric to help me with this, but I think as a recap, some of the discussions, obviously, to get us to this point was a revision of the health department in terms of what the allocation was based on the revision cost. And that total cost, I believe for the project was 390, trying to think now, you guys are.
358.
358, so
Roughly.
half of that cost is 179.5, which is what the motion was for the health department had approved. We had talked, the board had talked about changing the term of the agreement. It was originally at 15 years for the term based on the initial cost projection for the project, which again, being scaled down, then there was an agreement by the health department to scale down that the term to 10 years. So that was a recommendation again from the health department. And then the additional comments were based on what the terms of the payments would be. One of the things that had been suggested was a upfront of $100,000 part of the contract agreement, and the balance of 79.5 would be paid upon occupancy by the health department. We also looked at the contingencies, or the, not contingency, but I should say the cost allocation based on prior assessment of how the cost allocations are determined based on square footage. It was assessed that the cost per square foot would be approximately $24.35 per square foot, which works out monthly to a $2,003 per month expense. That also added to the half of the cost of the project over 120 months, which would reflect the 10 years, would bring it to approximately $3,500 a month in terms of the actual, we're looking at what the cost would be total project.
You're saying you're taking space cost allocations and putting that towards. is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is if you look at the total cost, because there was a comment about what is the fair market value. So if you look at what all that would equate to on a monthly basis, it would be approximately $3,500 a month. However, the structure of the agreement would be $100,000 would be paid by the health department upon signage of the agreement. The 79.5 would be paid at occupancy, and then the cost allocation would be an ongoing upon occupancy.
I have two hands. Commissioner Law, you were first. Commissioner Law, was first.
Okay, so. Sorry, take it for 12 seconds. So. Our investment of 179,000, to break that down by those number of years is, I think I'd come up with 1,200. So did you, is that in your calculations?
It was approximately $1,500 per month is what initially.
That was $600,000, right?
No, half of the construction cost is approximately 179,000, let's say. So over 10 years, that's 1,494.90 per month.
Or 1,400.
94.
Okay. That's just for your investment. So we're not getting any return on investment for our 179,000 for at least 10 years. That's, and this is where I'm coming from with this whole contract, and this is why I think we need to hash some of these things out. We've got, and only looking at it as a business proposition for the county, because the county is going to spend almost $200,000 on this project. I think we need to know what we're going to get in return. One of the concerns is, you're saying 10 years, I think we saw it happen. The question was asked this morning is, how did you get in this position? health department sold the building out from underneath themselves and kept only a limited amount of space. And now, for 3 years, and then nothing happened for 3 years, so now you're being forced out of that space. So your crisis demands immediate action on our part. My concern is that let's do the best thing for the health department, and we've heard this more and more, as more and more people have heard of this project, is that they want to see our health department kept whole and together. Ultimately, I think that's the best thing we can do for the health department, is keep the health department together. So I talked to the health department, I said, why aren't you building yourselves a new building? Because the state has money, feds have money. They said federal government only has money for remodels. So I would take that as, go find something you can remodel and get some federal dollars and build ourselves a health department so that we own our health department again in our county. I think that's very important for the services of the county. I don't like the idea of splitting. I really don't buy the idea of the one-stop shopping. We certainly don't have one-stop shopping. The first permit I get is from my township. And when I do that, I actually do it online, which is what I was driving at before. A lot of these permitting, this is done online. So we have our township permitting, we got your permitting. And I do go on down the line. You know, I can't get my license plate in this building. I've got to go down to Secretary of State. I can't renew my driver's license here. I've got to go down to Secretary of State. I can't buy my crop insurance here. I have to go down to HSA office. So, so that brings us to what is best for the health department. So by having a 10-year rental agreement, I would just say it has to be up to 10 years, and that we've got to solve the problem. Because otherwise, whoever's sitting here in 10 years, they're gonna say, well, I guess we have to stay. We don't have any agreement for beyond 10 years for our investment into this space. And what if we need this space by then? What if we need it? What if we find out that it just takes regulation? Several things concern me about regulation. One is that, such as happened with our community mental health, is that, well, once you're paying this amount, we can't back out. Now we're locked into that amount because we didn't get out in time. What if regulation comes forward and says, well, if you're housing them now, we can no longer move them out? Believe it or not, there's legislation being proposed right now to do that with rentals. Concerning. So I think it should be written in such a way as up to a certain amount of years. So if market, I think that I hear market 3,500. I don't think we have to be right at market, but I think that we should see some return on our investment in writing, number one, and number two, sooner than 10 years. I think that's just really important for the county, because it's not that we need to make it, we don't need to make money. But if we're going to invest into this, I just think that that's really important that we do that. And as I said, solve this problem so that in 5 years or in 2 years, if the health department's booted out of their space or pushed out, where's the health department going to go? That is a problem that needs to be solved. And I think that we need to look at it holistically.
Commissioner Elder?
I have one more thing, I'm sorry. Parking spaces, that definitely needs to be out. I actually had a call from someone a county employee that actually came up here one day, and it wasn't even when court was on, but there was no parking spots for even one of our employees. We cannot guarantee parking. We don't do it for construction codes. We don't do it for soil conservation. We don't do it for the treasurer's office. We don't do it for commissioners. Nobody has, except the sheriff's department.
Commissioner Elder?
Nice to hear from you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Well, I really wasn't done about stuff.
So our health department is funded by we the people. It is a mandated service. We are mandated to have a health officer. Fortunately, we have more than just a health officer. As civilization progresses, we realize we need more services. We fund the health department. Benzie County does have a building. It's pretty wonderful. We don't. This is a service we are mandated to, and we provide to county residents. Our dollars fund the health department. So to expect them to pay an exorbitant rent means that our citizens get fewer services. Or they have to come to us for more money so we can pay the rent, which makes no sense to me, so they can pay the rent. This is a service. It makes total sense to have environmental health on our lower level because citizens come, they often want to talk to construction codes, the conservation district, having environmental health in the same building. I will reiterate that I passed a gentleman just a couple of weeks ago coming out of the building saying, where on earth do I get a well permit? I really wanted to say, next year, you're gonna be able to turn around and go back in the building. So it makes total sense to have them downstairs. Right now, for 14 years, we have had a large space on our lower level that is completely undeveloped. We have the most expensive and luxurious shredding room in the country. We have the most expensive bike racks area in the country. We can open that space and get it finished. I can just imagine if I came before this board this year and said, I'd like to $400,000, please, so we can finish our lower level. We have an opportunity for one of our departments to be here, to serve our citizens better, and oh, by the way, to pay half the cost of finishing our building for us. We've been waiting 14 years to have some big use for that space. We sure need to do better than bikes and shredders. And we have other spaces for those things. There were some concerns in the corporate review, and I would hope that you guys could answer those by next week. Because I sure would.
What were those concerns?
Have they not been given this?
I think your attorney should have received the documents that were shared.
Okay, yeah. Yesterday. Yeah, I talked to our attorney yesterday afternoon and she had not received any response from the Leelanau County attorney at that time, but.
Well, perhaps it would be helpful for the board to give some direction in terms of specifically what items would you like clarification on so that we can go back and address those.
So, reference to a COO, but can't we make a copy of this top sheet for them?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's just 4 specific.
Yeah, very simple things.
Change order processes. Comes right determined. This is more regarding our contract with the builder.
Oh, yeah, and I don't know that we even have any say in that, the contract with the builder specifically.
I'm
Yes.
hoping these can be resolved by
Thank you.
next week.
Yeah, so if that's,
Finally approve this.
right, so the contract with the builder would be completely with the board here and the builder. If you have any concerns or questions about the lease or the cost sharing agreement, that, those are the things that we're working on with the health department, so.
I believe there was a request from your attorney, from the health department's attorney, to have the health department named as a third party in that.
Correct,
So
yeah, and I did,
that's part of
and it, right, and I think that would be something that would be added to that contract with the builder, and it was also in the cost sharing agreement as well. And really, just to explain that really quick, it was more about just protecting the health department. For instance, if we're giving the county $100,000, and for, worst case scenario, things go haywire, the contractor walks or some catastrophic thing happens, which is very unlikely, but it's just more or less some protection for the health department for the investment that we're making, which your attorney was completely agreeable to, said that's completely reasonable. And that's really all that is.
I think we hadn't got to talk about whether or not we want it down there and talk details of the agreement, because we're beginning to repeat ourselves, and we're gonna have that conversation next week. But I think the purpose today is to make sure we understand the lease agreement and all the other agreements. And we can debate the final decision when we get to the point of taking action, if that makes sense to you.
So should I kind of finish this with a motion so we can be discussing it?
No, this is discussion.
This is discussion only.
Oh, so we're just gonna move this to
Yeah.
next week.
So I wasn't here during the big discussion. But I took one side and now I have new information. So I'm just gonna ask some general questions and hoping that someone in this room will have historical knowledge about them. How much do you pay for this building? The entire building?
12 million.
12 million. Okay. How many tenants are here today?
12.
How much does each tenant pay?
Square footage.
Just allocation.
They cost allocation.
Allocation.
It's a cost allocation.
So it depends on how much space they have, and then the common area is divided up amongst everybody based on that.
So
Always.
everyone, each tenant does pay.
Pay in the sense that they're charged through buildings and grounds.
Okay. But not,
There has been no discussion in regards to this.
gotcha.
We need.
So this would be outside of the norm
It is,
if we ask them to pay some sort of like rent.
yes.
Yes, okay. Because I did not understand that at first, and that's why I was leaning into the market rate discussion, but I feel like we need to take historically this and put that into context, because I don't think
This is
that,
all new.
yeah, and I don't necessarily think that we need to lean into that if that's not our general policy.
Not for services.
Yeah, and so, and I have also, and someone can also maybe correct me or if I'm wrong. If we would then need to help you find another building, is that correct? If this doesn't work out and you need to go and out into the venture into the great Leelanau County to find another space, taxpayers are still going to be helping you do that.
Yes.
So $200,000, but
And get.
it's still gonna come out of our pockets, correct? Is that
Well-
incorrect? I don't know, I'm asking, because I
Could I-
don't know.
Yeah, so basically, I'll just give a really quick overview of, we get local appropriations, obviously, from Leelanau County and Benzie County. We're a district health department. There's 14 district health departments in the state. The rest of them are single county health departments, which they're essentially a department of the county. The public health code is mandated that every county has a health department, and some counties choose to partner up. And usually it's because of the more rural nature, and it's more cost effective to do that. As far as buildings go, the way that buildings in district health departments especially go is there's an organization called the Northern Health Foundation, which was started years ago, and that provides financing for health departments because district health departments cannot bond. And that is how we've been able to build buildings in the past. Sometimes there's different arrangements. Counties have been approached and they have given the health department the land to build on. We build the building, finance it through Northern Health Foundation, tax exempt financing. And then at the end of a 20-year term, the building reverts to the county. And then we end up usually renting from the county or leasing from the county. Good example of this in Charlevoix County, just reverted a few years ago. We have a 20,000 square foot building that now Charlevoix County owns, and we pay them $2,500 a month to be in that space. And also, the cost allocation, the utilities, keep the lights on and whatnot, snow plowing. That is kind of a basic rundown of how that works. It's different for district health departments than it is county health departments because of that. It's a shared relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because I mean, last time that I was here and was part of this discussion, I was like, yes, they should pay market rate. But given all of this new information, I feel a lot differently, and I think you guys have really come through with changing the terms. I know that there are some commissioners who still have some questions. I wasn't saying anything.
Well, just really quick, I mean, I really view this as a partnership, with Leelanau County. I mean, obviously, we're your county health department. It's a partnership. I have lived the world of environmental health being in a separate location than the rest of the health department. We have mutually exclusive clients. We do not serve the same clients as our personal health side does. We serve homeowners, contractors, realtors, septic pumpers, that group, where our personal health side, the medical side is seeing a different client set. It is some other counties, some other health departments do it that way, where they have EH with their permitting agencies in a different building. I was in that situation. I worked for Grand Traverse County for 20 years, and we were in a separate building. It worked great. We were, literally could walk down the hall because there's a lot of, mutual issues that come up between building code and environmental health that we can easily resolve, walk a client down one way or the other. It really lends itself to being a really good relationship and a really good setup to have environmental health with the other permitting agencies. That is my lived experience. And I think if you asked anybody at Grand Traverse County and the other permitting agencies, they would agree.
Commissioner Lautner.
Yes, thank you. Some very good points brought up. I just might add that when I went to get a permit for my home in Grand Traverse County, I didn't walk into the courthouse to get that. I did my research and found out where that location was on Springer Road and drove to that location. No hardship. So this courthouse, we've got mandated services. And that's who, so our elected officials are not tenants. They have to be at our county seats. That's what we do. Beyond that, we've got some non-mandated. This is not a mandated position to be in our basement. So, or in this building, we just have to find a home for you. So, I know that's how you want to get away from the question of in the city and get to the contract itself. So I think it's really important that this contract, once and for all, come to this board with something the majority can support. And that comes in, we've got to strike that paragraph on page 1, second up from the bottom about the parking spaces. That needs to be struck. It does say, yes, we finally have just environmental health services in there and not regular county health services. So that part is good. There is the question of, though, and Doug, you brought it up last time, the project manager. Nowhere does it say that the county will be the project manager for that. That needs to be in there. The county has to approve the design and it should fit all of the rest of our courthouse. We've got standards for our offices. And then it comes down to a question of the cost allocations. So there's two things here. The question came up of rent. And so we've got the question of rent and our return on investment we don't have to do, because while we might say, well, we don't, I would argue we don't have the most expensive area. We pay cash for this building and that room has been in the basement been paid for since. It's not costing us anything at this point. In fact, it's saving us money because we haven't had to build a pole barn for probate court to house those things. We believe, as we just heard, wellness for not only our seniors, but our employees, and that does serve as a wellness room. That's really important. We have to look at those things before we move forward, before we approve this contract. And I think that's really important that we do, once again, look at this building holistically. So then it comes to the cost of when do we want to recoup what we would be investing our taxpayer dollars into as a non-mandated thing for us, and that's the remodel. The next thing is the cost allocations. And I know, if I may ask you, Jen, you put the cost allocations you did the cost allocation for the first print. Have you had a chance to do the cost allocation for the second print?
I have not done the second print.
Has anyone done the cost
The
allocation?
cost allocation that was presented was based on an estimated cost of 24,035 per square foot annually, which works out to $2,003 per month, is based on comparable cost space to the Drain Commission / Soil Conservation District, also in the lower level of the government center.
How about
And that was
comparable
based
to-
on a cost allocation that Jen had presented for the first round.
Okay, but there's a formula. Are you using this?
That's the cost allocation formula that
Well, you're saying it's comparable to soil conservation. You mean in size? Is that what you mean?
in size and in, the space, there's no bathroom in the space that they have, there's no bathroom in that space, so that's the.
Okay, so who did that? So you didn't do that cost allocation? Who did John do that cost allocation?
This is based on the initial cost allocation that was provided by the chief deputy clerk back in March, I believe.
And you backed it off based on,
It's just based on that information.
okay,
That's the only information I had to go on.
okay, can we get the cost allocation before Tuesday night? Because, so to move forward, it's, what we need is that cost allocation, same as what planning pays, same as what the clerk pays and the treasurer pays and MSU pays. And obviously, if they don't have the bathroom done, that's a calculation. I just want to get the exact number, and then that has to be in here too, so that would be paid yearly too. And then, after that, so that cost allocation agreement has to be in here. And that's going to cover snow plowing, that's gonna cover tar out there, and that's going to cover the lights and the heat and the air conditioning, et cetera. And then, and then we have to select a year based on the best number of years with no rent. So then we've been paying over there the health department's line item budget of $300,000, then that probably should be backed away because we won't be paying the same amount over there, and that should go against this room too. So there's several things that need to be done.
Commissioner Aubert? Let's just make sure that we have the questions that we want Deb to answer. We can't continue to debate this. We have to do that next week. All we need to do is make sure that we get the questions that you need to get answers to.
Well, Mr. Brown had a question. You had your hand
Well,
up.
yeah,
I'll go after him.
I just wanted to clarify, us vacating the Bensfield building does not change what we're paying there. We just signed a 3-year lease with the Montessori school. And if we vacated that, when we vacate that space, environmental health, it's going to provide more space for personal health because we're really kind of crammed in that building. The monthly rent payment does not change with the fact that EH may move into this space or any other space. In cost allocation, I thought that was in the cost sharing agreement under item number 3, under payment schedule. Page 2. So that is in there. And I think, we've been working with Deb Allen regarding that, trying to get that number to where a reasonable estimate. And I think that's when it was finalized, that was able to put together the final numbers based on what that actually should be, what we're actually be paying a month. Because once this gets voted on, and if it does get approved, then I need to take it to my Board of Health and get final approval from them. As of right now, they've made a motion that, specifies what amount, half of the construction cost at 179.5 and 10 years. That's basically what's been in the Board of Health motion.
So
Are you
my,
done?
yeah, I was wondering, so basically, you're paying almost $18,000 a year with your contribution of 179. And that 179 divided by 10 years.
1,500.
Just trying to.
1,500 a month.
Yeah, so, I assumed that was going towards your cost allocation, your boards, is that going to be charged? in
That's
addition to
basically
that?
us paying rent for 10 years ahead upfront,
Okay.
you know, covering half of the construction costs. I mean, if you want to look at it that way.
Charge rent here, we have an allocation for space.
Right.
This would be,
On top.
Sure. Wants to do so. These are tenants, this is brand new. Same as when we have, once we
Well,
had
soil
secretaries.
conservation, they're on the same thing.
No, that's not apples to apples. That was a different arrangement to avoid because we were paying their rent in another building for those services.
We're paying theirs too.
Doug Retro, you have the floor.
Thank you. My general comments, to respect your directions, and I'll reserve for the next week. But I do have some specific concerns inside the agreement, lease agreement, and, and I think some of them are probably resolvable. First off, the construction agreement is not part of your thing, but they are somewhat related. There's not a change order procedure. These things need to be addressed in the construction agreement, the 4 items, that's important. I do agree with the parking spots guaranteed, just because no one else has that here. I don't think anyone's gonna try to not have you park here, but a guaranteed parking spots is, I think, no one else has that, so I don't think we can accommodate that.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that was not our ask. That came from, I think, the Leelanau County attorney.
Okay,
And then they just asked for a number of spots, like what would you need?
so it's not a problem.
Yeah, I don't see that as an issue, so.
So then specifically, then I have 4 additional concerns. And one's gonna be very hard to understand, but the first one's really the cost sharing amount that's in there, the monthly amount. I don't, whether it's a correct amount or not, that's up to the administrators, but there's no increase in it. And I would not enter into this without some year-over-year increase in that, because everything we do increases. But just to be more.
That makes sense.
And anything would have a cost escalator to that thing, so it needs to have a cost escalator clause. The oversight thing that was discussed to Commissioner Lautner's thing, I think we have a number of 3.2% for the engineer to oversee this thing and guarantee for both of our benefits that we get what we pay for. I would expect to see a sharing in that expense as well, because it isn't just for our benefit, it's for you to have that. It comes with like $10,000 or something like that.
If I may.
Yeah.
It was 3.5% of the total project cost, which equated to approximately 12,560.
Rough numbers, but we would look for a contribution there, so both our benefits to make sure that the end product is what we want to get. Related to that is share for cost sharing. Item 2, it states that you're not going to be responsible for any additional incidental consequential expenses. Change orders, because I may have the wrong one there. Cost sharing. In any case, I don't have the number. There's a reference there that any change orders or expenses throughout the building, this is a remodel, and it's possible we'll find some things, but the way it reads is that we are responsible for the entirety of that cost. And at the end, after you move in, we'll all sit down and talk about it and see how much you owe and how much we owe. And there is no other agreement that you get to make that with. If you hire a general contractor who said, hey, okay, I might have change orders, and when I'm all done, you might get them all, or I might pay for some of them. That needs to be more clearly defined, that if there are change orders, you should be involved in that change order process, which is one of the concerns raised by your attorney in the thing. And the only reason you want to be involved in a change order process is because you will be liable for your share of those change orders. So those are modifications that I think need to be made, that I would find a hard time supporting without those. I mean, otherwise, we're sitting here unless they find something, we're talking together, we're partners in a project. You know, there's a structural issue that's $50,000 over. The way this currently reads, we just pay it and then we try to convince you to get some of it, to reimburse some of it. And I don't think that's a fair way to go about it. So these are more specific things. The very last concern I have, and that's a generic question that I know we can answer immediately. We are contemplating a HVAC upgrade of the entire building. And I don't know what extra costs we will incur by building this out and then having to come in and tear that out and replace the HVAC. So I just don't know. So the question just came this morning, so that may not be easy to resolve. I think these other issues could be resolved pretty quickly. I think they're really within the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish. It's just, if I look at it and it stays worded this way, those specific issues, other than the HVAC, I could not support this. Whether I can otherwise, I still have to think about it some, but those things I think need to be addressed before next week to take final action, because I don't think those issues are really outside of the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish anyway.
I would
Maybe
agree.
you can speak to that, but
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, everything that you brought up makes sense. And I think it would just be a matter of getting our attorneys to kind of get together on some of that language. And I have the other issue of, the Board of Health and the motion that they made, the previous motion.
right.
So I'm going to need to bring whatever agreement that we come up with, if it's approved, to the Board of Health on the September 26th meeting. So.
But if we're moving forward at that point.
Right, so if those numbers change some, I mean, I think my recommendation, I totally agree with some of the points that you're making. They completely make sense. And like you said, in the spirit of partnership, I don't see an issue with that.
Those would be the nice specific issues.
First of all, let's strike the parking, because some days we have 50 potential jurors here. And when you lay out planning for a business, you figure out how many people come, how many parking spots you need. That would open a Pandora's box. So we do not want that.
No problem.
Second of all, I hate last minute bombshells. Let's everybody through a whole bunch of paperwork. If something isn't on my computer by Friday morning before meeting on Tuesday, I don't want to do it unless I get a busload of non-documented aliens landing in Sutton's Bay. I don't want to deal with it. Okay, we're talking about attorneys work back and forth. We didn't get a chance to look at it. Damn, don't bring it to the board. Give us some time, give our staff some time. And vote for your attorney and our attorney. That's, we don't do business that way.
I think we need to move on. We're going to have this on the agenda on Tuesday, and Melinda, I see your hand up. Is it something that can wait?
Just one more quick point. The one quick thing I did want to point out that we took into consideration when we moved soil conservation is that Steve Christensen is a mandated position as a soil erosion officer. Elected, he is an elected official. We moved him down there and that opens space up here. So that it is an apples to apples. Also, we're still stuck on, I say this needs to be 7 years. That's my recommendation. This needs to be 7 years. And we need to have something after 7 years. We've got an understanding at 7 years, what happens? Because at that point, then I would hope that would give the health department enough time to figure out where they, what's going on with the health department. Because I have an idea that the rest of them are going to be squeezed down over there. They're going to be out of space. So you have to look at it as a complete picture and look at the future. But right now, there's no recoup for the rest of the money after whatever number of years we set. So do we want to recoup it all before, our 200,000 within the first 10 years? Or should we recoup it in 7, or at the end of 7, do we want to start recouping it? There has to be an understanding. And we need a timeline and understanding.
I just be real brief. I will submit my concerns by email to you, referencing sections again to Commissioner Brooks. And this got in my desk very late, so my My concerns are legitimate, my presentation is less than elegant, so I'll try and make it clear for you.
Okay, we will, I'm sure, have a short discussion on this same issue next Tuesday. Stephen, Rachel, could you give us a break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
extend our meeting.
Pardon?
We don't have to extend our meeting by motion, do we?
We do have to. Yes, it's in our board rules. Thank you.
Welcome.
So moved.
Move to adjourn.
That's my normal.
Looking forward to a motion to extend our meeting.
So moved.
All those in support of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We have one item before we hear from Rachel and Steve, and that's the on 365. It's to recommend approval of the agreement between Leelanau County and Child and Family Services. Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So this is the probably the most enduring element of the board meeting today is the fact that the 2% grant agreement contract is with the children or the Child and Family Services in regards to, I think they're girls in, let's see, it's part of their program that allows girls to provide city girls farm group. Thank you. That is in regards to them using goats that they care for and that they maintain to come in and take care of invasive species. So right now I could really cuddle a baby goat. That's you're too eager. So anyhow, this is actually just establishing that agreement based on the 2% allocation that was approved through the funds that we received from the tribe.
There is a motion at the bottom of page 365. Commissioner Lautner.
I would move to recommend to the County Board of Commissioners they approve the agreement between Leelanau County and the Child and Family Services of Northwest Michigan for the mitigation of invasive species at Veronica Valley Park as presented. Funds to come from ending in 965.236. Support.
All those in support of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion approved 6-0. We now thank you, Steve and Rachel, and I'll let Deb introduce this. But thank you for waiting. We had you scheduled to be on at noon.
That's all right. I got some work done back there.
We had the conversation the other day. They were aware that this sometimes meetings go on. So basically, the agreement to engage Raymond in an assessment of the finance and HR services for the county is based on the board's recommendation to move forward with that to help the county establish a plan going forward. And so first was to do an assessment of where we are, and then for Raymond to look at doing recommendations based on their findings. And so I know Rachel comes to us with a great deal of expertise, not only in her current role with Raymond, but also as a past county administrator, past county finance director. So I think she brought great insight and sensitivity, I think, to our situation with her assessments. So thank everyone who was part of that, the finance team, as well as Rachel. So I'm going to turn it over to her to kind of give an assessment. The hope is that at the end of this, that the board would recommend to accept this proposal, and then we would probably look to establish a committee of the whole to allow our finance director to come up with some additional plans on how to implement some of the recommendations that are put forward. So with that said, thank you, Rachel.
Thanks, Deb. I appreciate the introduction. And actually, I'm going to let Steve take the lead here.
You stole my thunder. I was going to call her a recovering county administrator. With CPA credentials. So yeah, you guys remember me. I would hope. Steve Peacock from Raymond. I sat before you a couple months ago going through your audit, and I'm here to offer moral support to Rachel as she goes through her recommendations here or through the PowerPoint. You have received a very detailed over 20 some page report that has several recommendations in that report. If you received that on Friday, I understand it might have been maybe glossed over the weekend or by now, but assured that those are detailed recommendations that we would like to have Sean and the rest of the crew here at the county consider to make this process better and to make that kind of continue on down the road it's been going on as far as implementation. So with that, I'll turn it over to the talented Rachel Frisch, and I will just be here for color. So take it
Well,
away.
Thank you. How do I live up to that introduction? Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak before the Board of Commissioners today, certainly. And I wanted to echo Deb's sentiments and just thank everybody who was participating in the process, because it was a lengthy one and involved and in-depth. And as you can see by the report that was generated, which I think is 25 plus pages. There's a lot of information in there, a lot to digest. But as I've only sat through a portion of this meeting, I understand that you've been here a long time, and the purpose of today's presentation is really just to be very succinct and to provide a highlight of what is contained in that report. But certainly for all of the nitty-gritty information, refer to the details of the report as you have time to. Do I let Laurel know when we're ready for the next slide, Laurel?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Whenever you're ready. There we go. Thank you. And so the report's broken down into a couple areas. The first areas that we want to cover are really general in nature, meaning they're overarching, and these financial processes and procedures apply basically to county-wide operations. So Laurel, if I could get the next slide, please. And so the first item we wanted to talk about is budgeting. As was mentioned, certainly the county is going through a transition of work duties into the administrative and finance office. And with respect to budgeting, many of these processes have already been transitioned over. I know you're in the middle of your budget process right now. It's definitely a fun time of year, isn't it? And our recommendation certainly is expounded upon greatly in the document itself. However, we wanted to just highlight that while many of those work duties have transitioned over to finance, any remaining ones, just please proceed with that. Keep, that eyes forward focus and moving along with that process. The next bullet point that we wanted to touch on for,
Can you go back one, Laurel? There you go.
Thanks, Laurel. The next bullet point we wanted to focus on this slide with respect to budgeting is just the budget preparation and monitoring process. We wanted to, what's my page here, one moment. We wanted to make sure we provided a lot of good detailed information for you to use as a good resource, for Sean and his staff to use as a good resource as well, in terms of the budgetary regulations that are provided through Public Act 2 of 1968, which is that uniform budgeting guidance that's provided by the state of Michigan. And Leelanau County already does a nice job of adhering to all of that, but it's a nice resource for a finance director who certainly has dove in head first, but might need that extra support of that information. So we wanted to provide that to you. And as a reminder, healthy monitoring at your board meetings of the budget process as you motor on through the year and go through your budget plan is an important piece of the internal control structure that you have here at the county. So don't forget that and when you do review those budgetary reports, that it's not just a step to see where you're at in the budget. It really services as a strong internal control step. So keep that in mind throughout the year. The last bullet point on this particular slide that we wanted to talk through quickly is budget amendments. The county has a budget amendment process in place, certainly for when you bring information before the committee of the whole, before this board of commissioners. And what we want to do is talk about the steps to be taken prior to something, an amendment being presented to you for review and approval. And we want to just make sure that there's some standard uniform steps taken prior to information being presented to you, such as, for example, a department would come to the finance director saying, I need a budget amendment this year because I have to buy X item that's outside of the approved budget. Here's why, here's how it's going to affect us operationally. And then Sean would then, have that discussion, evaluate the budget, the timing, costs involved, any long-term costs if applicable. Have a conversation with Deb, and then all of, like, the package of the supporting documentation, all of the calculations, the evaluation has been done and completed by county staff and presented to you in a full package, so to speak. So the thorough research has been conducted and completed before the item even is presented to you. So that's something that we've included in this document, and maybe a little bit more of and I'll use your term, an elegant way in the written document than what I'm going through here kind of quickly during the presentation. The next slide, Laurel. Thank you, is financial reporting. Financial reporting as it relates to financial activities ultimately should fall under the purview of the finance director. One of the key responsibilities of a finance director is to prevent financial information, which can be complex, can be confusing, but to present it in an understandable way. So it could be understood thoroughly, certainly by the Board of Commissioners, but also the public and whatever other agencies or audiences that you are reporting to. And specifically, just to drill down a little bit, the reports that should regularly come to the Board of Commissioners would be that budget to actual comparison that we just talked about, a report of cash balances in all of your accounts, and then certainly your check runs, so you can have that information available to you for approval on a regular basis, each meeting, I believe. That occurs. So you want to continue with that, and then also make sure that you have some type of backup plan in terms of in case there is turnover, heaven forbid, or if there is somebody's on vacation. So those reports can be available to you in a timely fashion on a regular basis. Laurel, we can move to the next slide. I want to talk for a moment about financial accounting software. The functionality of the current system, the county currently uses the Harris financial system. What I have seen through our discussions and with the different reports that are produced is that I think it is time for the county to look into perhaps a more sophisticated, more robust accounting software. There might be more functionality within Harris that could be utilized that just maybe it is a little underutilized. However, compared to other local units of government that we work with, it does appear to be a bit antiquated, and I would strongly recommend that the county do some due diligence and look into a financial accounting software package that could provide a more robust functionality, which could streamline operations, reduce paperwork, enhance functionality from not only that convenience standpoint that I just talked about, but also from an internal control standpoint. A lot of systems nowadays have internal controls built right into the system. Audit trails that can be verified when audit time rolls around, and just making sure that not only is the internal control structure enhanced and strengthened, but it also is evidenced every step of the way by those audit trails, because sometimes you can say, well, we review these reports monthly. Well, how do I know that? How is that evidenced? And so built into these software programs, many of them offer that structure right within the system where you log in, and under your login, it provides that audit trail of what steps were taken. So that's something that I really think that Leelanau County should consider, do some due diligence there, do some research, and perhaps report back to this board. Maybe, Deb, I know you talked about next steps. Perhaps that's one thing that you could, let's put on that to-do list. And that would be one of the main things that I would recommend for you.
If I could add some color here, we've talked about financial accounting software before with this board. And when you start going through and digesting the nitty-gritty in this very detailed report, you're going to find a lot of references to technology. So technology can fix a lot of what these recommendations you see in here. This is not a knock on Harris. Maybe Harris has some bolt-ons, is what Rachel was talking about, that you could put onto that system that gives you the internal controls and the other elements that others may have. But the system is dated. and internal controls here are dated. They work, they certainly work. But they're dated. You can get more bang for the buck in using technology to solve this issue. It is going to be a spend for the county if you go, say, with BSNA. BSNA is your tax software already. If you're going to use that for the GL side, it's going to be expensive. Okay. The beauty of BSNA that we see in our client base is the use of the technology. It doesn't require you to add more people. Okay, you're not going to be adding a bunch of new positions. This is going to be a technology software that you may have people who now have time on their hands to be able to spend it in other areas of the county that need help, rather than running a document from Department A to Department B to Department C for sign off. This is all done electronically. So it will free up resources within the county to be able to do other initiatives the county may find. Okay, so, but be aware, doing this is going to be a sticker shock for you guys. Leelanau County is in a fortunate spot where it is not a poor county. It has plenty of resources to adopt such a software, and I think that's something you guys need to consider. Yes, Deb.
Steve, can you speak to how many of your clients have BSNA, like what percentage of the counties that you deal with are currently, and maybe why they've gone to that?
I think on the taxing side, they almost all use it. So almost all of our clients, cities, counties, townships, whoever levies taxes, almost all of them use BSNA. Not all of them use the BSNA general ledger side. Some of them are tied on to fund balance or Harris or other type programs, but the majority of them are using BSNA. I'd say it's over 50–60%. So, and I'd get references if you solicit other input and have the folks come here and put a dog and pony show on for you guys. And it's important that, I mean, you guys aren't going to use the software. It's going to be the folks behind you. They're going to use the software. They need to have input into how the system operates. I think they need to have the workshops put on for them and have them decide what they think is going to work best for Leelanau County and then come back to you guys. But the tools that are out there today are very different than they were even 5 years ago. And I think Harris is maybe more dated than 5 years ago. So you'll see, you'll have savings in payroll, AP. Like Rachel said, internal controls are built right into the systems. So I don't want to drive the point home too hard, but when you read through here, you're going to see the word technology used a lot. So that is why it's in there.
And in keeping with what Steve was discussing, I would also encourage when you go through this exercise and absolutely, look at many different types of software, whatever makes sense. We would strongly encourage you to focus on ones that are tailored specifically to local units of government, but work closely with your IT professionals, because oftentimes not only software, but there might be hardware requirements that go hand in hand with that as well. So that would be something we would recommend too. So moving on to, so we talked about some general overarching areas like we just mentioned, and now we're going to drill down a little bit into the transaction cycles. And so we get a little bit more specific here, but it's going to provide some really good insight, I think, for you into some of the operations, and again, opportunities for certain efficiencies that we came across during this project. So the first one being, thank you, Laurel, purchasing. We can move right into that. So the county, Leelanau County, currently utilizes what I would call a combination of centralized and decentralized purchasing. And I think that's appropriate for a county of this size. I wouldn't recommend changing the processes in that fashion whatsoever. I think there's some really good steps that are taken. I believe certainly, Macomb County, Wayne County, you would, I'd be probably singing a different tune if I were presenting to that Board of Commissioners. However, again, for a county of this size, we can capitalize on the fact that being a little bit smaller in nature, you can work more directly with the boots on the ground department heads to get their direct input in a little bit more of an efficient fashion than what maybe you could at a much larger county. So I would encourage continuing that. I think it's a good way to function. Moving on to report accessibility. for internal departments and offices. Because there is that decentralized component of your purchasing, meaning some of the responsibility lies with the departments themselves. They have the opportunity to look into purchasing their own items for their operations in their department for the year, right? We don't micromanage their supplies or what have you. Again, certain things are centralized, but a lot is decentralized. But in order for that to be successful, and I know that this is done somewhat already, but I would encourage doing this a little bit further, and that is making sure that those department heads are empowered with the knowledge of how their budgets work in terms of providing them with the appropriate budget reports on a monthly basis or whatever is deemed, to be the best protocol with that. Might not be monthly, might be quarterly. I guess, that's something that you can, when you dig right into that, determine over time what is the best, and it might vary, depending on department, right? And their particular needs. But what that will allow them is for them to look at the details of their own budget. How much is left in this line item? Do I need to get with Sean about a budget amendment? Things like that. And what it will do is, again, foster that communication with the department heads directly and afford them the opportunity for continued input into their department's operations. So I think that could be a nice path forward. And last but not least on this particular slide is I realize that there are certain items that are mentioned within the Board of Commissioners budget rules document that is a part of the budget process that covers some of this. However, I do think and would recommend that the county board adopt a robust and comprehensive purchasing policy in addition to what you already utilize. I think that would go a long ways in providing uniformity, clarity in how you operate within your purchasing function. So that's something that I would recommend that you look at. A lot of great examples out there. If you need assistance with that, Deb, I can forward some examples if you'd like. Yep, thank you, Laurel. She's 2 steps ahead of me. She does a great job. For the accounts payable disbursements transaction cycle. So again, we want to talk a bit about transitioning steps into the finance office. Again, many things have already been transitioned, maybe all of it by this time. I know that it's been, kind of a moving thing as we've worked through this project. I understand that quite a bit of it has been underway. However, if there are any steps left to transition, definitely continue with that forward motion to transition those tasks over to the finance office as planned. Regarding software functionality, like we just discussed a little bit, like Steve mentioned, you're going to see this not only in the lengthy written report, but in my presentation, because I'd like to provide a couple specific examples in how software functionality is pervasive throughout every transaction cycle in the entire county, this one being no exception. So for example, other softwares have approval levels rather than an initial or a sign off or written codings. All of that can transpire right within the system itself. And invoices can't be approved unless they'll kick to a supervisor department head position and they'll approve it right in the system. And it can't go any farther in the system to payment until that online approval has been achieved. It also, at the same time, you can set budget parameters, so it makes it literally impossible to overspend your budget within the system because the system just won't allow it. So that is a couple other examples of functionality that could reduce some paperwork, reduce some of the steps that are on the shoulders of staff to make things a little bit more streamlined for their benefit. Another thing is what we call vendor management, and that's simply making sure that the information for each vendor is accounted for properly. Right now, there's a vendor book, which I think is very complete and robust and kept up current very nicely. However, it would be nice to have that again, right in the system. You can go in and click and get the information, real time, right at a moment's notice at your fingertips. So that would be one other example. Last but not least on this slide, another policy that I think that this board should consider would be adopting credit card policy. Certainly, yeah, do you have one already? Okay, yeah, and I know that was something brought up at audit time to look at as well. So you might want to take a look at making sure that it addresses everything that you need in a broad capacity. And we certainly encourage you to review those regularly. Deb, maybe that's something that you already do, and that's great. As we all know, using credit cards in today's day and age to purchase certain items, to register online for conferences, training, so on and so forth. That's just a part of doing business nowadays, even for local units of government. And it's just important to manage that really tight. So we would just recommend that you take a look at those policies, make sure they're current and effective. Moving on to payroll. Again, I started the slide with transitioning steps to finance and HR offices. Again, going back to the transition, we want to keep with that forward motion of moving those steps into those offices as discussed. Again, in the full report that you have, certainly much more detailed information is provided, but I just wanted to reiterate that if there are any steps that haven't been transitioned, I know movement has been made, it is underway, but just, keep along that track and keep moving forward with that. The other thing I would recommend is payroll in particular, is one area where I think a lot of streamlining, the county could benefit from a lot of streamlining of those processes. Payroll is a little bit cumbersome. It's going to be because it's very detailed. Absolutely. There's, quite detailed calculations. So you're never going to get away from some of that, certainly. And it's just like everything else of the utmost important that it's calculated correctly for our people. But in keeping with that thought, automating processes can oftentimes reduce human error, input error, so on and so forth. So we would also, in addition to that kind of our standard theme of the payroll functionality within the software system, we would also recommend that you look into a timekeeping system as well.
Some of them have it, some of them have them already built into the software, so.
Yep, and it's all integrated.
Right.
Yeah.
What does that do? The timekeeping?
I'm sorry.
What does it do? I'm sorry, what does it do?
So that's where employees would enter in their time.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yep. And instead of, maybe an Excel spreadsheet, perhaps, or even a written form, it would instead be entered into a program. Okay.
Usually goes from cradle to grave from the time the input of the hours is, and it goes to the output of the payroll check. So in most sophisticated timekeeping systems, this is all done systematically, and there's little to no interaction with paper or people.
How detailed can that be? So I think it would probably all be done either on their phone or on their computer, I think.
It can be done on their phone, if permissions are granted for apps on phones.
So if I check in the office and then my job takes me down to a home visit, say, and back, it's still, I'm all on the clock during that time.
You can set attendance features where they know if you're in this building or another department. There are apps where you can, if you're someone who travels a lot in a car, personal time, your mileage can be tracked. And when you submit your expense report, it's very easy. It's 27 miles at this rate, boom, does that. It's really limitless as far as what this technology is at now. And it takes away, I mean, certainly there's got to be some supervisory review. So as people come, as data comes through the system, like Rachel was saying, it'll go to your desk for approval. You see my expenses for my miles, my hours of what I did. boom, you approve that, then it goes to the department head or however you set it up.
And there would be room for memos such as.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on Tuesday, my mileage is off because you allowed me to go.
Yep.
X.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. And
Yeah, it can get very, very sophisticated. And like Steve mentioned earlier, the nice thing is that what it would do is that it would shift the workload, if you will, from being in the weeds of all the data entry to being more of a higher level review and approval capacity. So it takes you out of the weeds a little bit into more of that professional level review of the work.
Does an employee need to remember to check out at the end of the day or sign out or?
usually, yep. I mean, I think you can set it up how you want it to. If you leave the building, you automatically sign out. If you, it's the prep, Leelanau County will customize the timekeeping system to what it is that they find functional. And they will continuously assess that and make changes if needed. So.
And to that point, I mean, there are multiple counties that are using these types of systems that have even more unions than we do. So there is a functionality to be able to build in different formulas and different
Yes.
considerations that, you know, that are, a lot of them, God love Kathy's doing a lot of that stuff manually now. So,
Right.
you know, to be able to automate some of that would certainly save time, energy, resources.
Management of union contracts and management of charging payroll to grants are some of the most burdensome in terms of timekeeping. And yes, there are counties several times the size of this county that are able to get through that.
So would we still need to use that system we use up in Joe Hubble's office to keep track of victim services or victim rights? That was that program we were using to keep track of those hours that we could charge back.
Egrams?
Oh, yes,
The
egrams is different.
Oh,
It's still the same reporting. You still get a number of hours, either if it's manual or if it's, they do it electronically.
So the software we're referring to now would be the financial software package. Egrams is through the state of Michigan, right? And so that would be a separate thing. However, information that drives, so what goes into egrams, you know, certainly comes from the financial software. So it is related, separate but related. So, and one other small point I wanted to make here is that within many software packages, you can also, like the quarterly 941 filings, you can do that right within the system rather than having to do that separately. And so there, you eliminate the risk of, oh, my payroll journal totals don't match my 941. And now the IRS is sending me nasty letters in the mail because I'm off, you know, $300 because I transposed something, you know, not that that would ever happen, but I'm just saying it, when it does happen automatically, and the system is pulling from its own database, right? It just all flows very smoothly. So that's something else to consider. Moving on, Laurel, to the next slide. Thank you. Excuse me, revenue and receipts. Excuse me. The first bullet point that we have listed is the review and verification of reports. You know, broken record. I know I've said you can do this right in certain systems. I think I probably said that enough and I'll probably say it again. But again, just to illustrate how that type of thing does affect every single transaction cycle within the county, right? One thing I wanted to mention was, and I bring it up only because it was mentioned during audit time, is that there were some certain receipt reports that maybe weren't verified as regularly as they should have been. And this is something that we just wanted to make clear to you that could be addressed through the steps that are delineated in the document that was provided to you. Supporting documentation, this is something that we talked through with the treasurer's office staff. And what I would recommend in this area is, and it is required for certain departments, but not all departments. Anytime a deposit is brought in, it should be accompanied by a supporting report that makes sure, and you can verify that the amount being turned in for deposit is accurate and complete. So that's something that I would recommend that the treasurer's office start to require of every department. It is another step. It is, something that perhaps they're not used to providing in certain instances, but I do think it's important, again, to keep that strong internal control structure intact. Okay. And again, hey, surprise, we were going to talk about software functionality for a quick moment. The one thing I wanted to mention here is I really think the treasurer's office could benefit. I know they do scanning of documents and record retention separately now on their internal network. However, if you have a software system that has this capacity, you can scan and attach it to each transaction, not only just with the bills you're paying, but with each and every deposit. So in a moment's notice, in real time, you can say this deposit was made today, the receipt was scanned. I can in 2 seconds pull everything right up for you and provide that information at a moment's notice. So there is value in that, certainly.
I'm selfishly married to that because the auditor likes that. You walk in, you pull that check, where's the documentation? All right there.
All right there.
Super easy.
Audit should be much easier.
Did you hear me say that?
No, I didn't hear that. No. And the other thing too is when you have your own internal review processes, let's say, there's a transaction in the general ledger that, employee X entered, and then whoever is going to review that transaction, or whoever's reviewing the general ledger or their budget is like, what is that? I can't remember what we did there. I can't remember what I did last week, whatever. So even for internal use, definitely for the auditor, certainly, but your internal functionality, your internal efficiency, your capacity to review information internally, rather than, I don't feel like digging through, 10 feet of paperwork in a file cabinet to get to it. I can just click it. It's going to promote that that review process even more than what is already occurring. Moving on to banking and bank reconciliations. Again, softwares allow you to perform the bank rec completely within the software itself. Similar to what we talked about with the 941 preparation, the system compares what's in there from a banking perspective to all of the funds within the general ledger. So that verification is automatic. Right now, the Harris system is already used to generate like the outstanding checklist, which is great to already utilize some of that functionality, but I would take it a step or two further and see if something else could be offered within Harris to do the entire reconciliation itself right in the system, or again, perhaps looking into a different software system that does have that capability.
And some of them go out every day and talk to your bank,
Yes.
download transactions,
Yep.
revenues, expenses, and
Yep.
it will do a makeshift reconciliation nearly every day.
Mhm.
So if there's ever any material fraud that happens in your bank, you're caught right away.
Right now, yep,
That's
and
right
I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen, and you catch it the same day.
Yep.
Yeah, which is lovely. Not lovely that it happens, right? But lovely that you catch it right away that quickly.
Correct.
Segregation of duties, there's solid segregation of duties in what I would say all departments that we spoke with and talked to in your financial processes. There was one little tweak that I would make to the segregation of duties. Again, that's just the separation. So, you can't have one person doing everything, right? Because that diminishes the internal controls. I would separate the steps of initiating internal transfers and then the approval of such transfers. Right now, that is already segregated for any outgoing transfers, but transfers within funds, that should also occur with those internal transfers as well. So I would just suggest that as a tweak. It's something that shouldn't be cumbersome to implement, and you could make that a part of your cash management policy. Moving on, general ledger management, grant management, and year-end procedures. That's a mouthful. So again, I started the slide with the bullet point of transitioning steps to the finance office. And this is going to be your general journal entries, grant accounting, grant filings, reporting, any of that financial reporting that needs to occur with those transactions, I would move that all over to finance. I know we're putting a lot on those shoulders, and you can handle it. I know Sean's got a strong team, but anyways, moving that all over to finance, and mainly because that's where some of your more highly technical accounting comes into play. And we're going to want that work to transition over, just as soon as you can. I know, again, a lot of the transition has been underway, already moving in that direction, but to reiterate again, just keep moving that on over as practical within everybody's schedules. Reviewing journal entries and year-end adjustments. Again, this is another example of where there's controls can be right in the software. A journal entry isn't just posted, it's kicked to the reviewer and approver. When the review and approval takes place, they click their button, and then there's a posting process. So it can happen right in the system, and the functionality has that audit trail right in there. So you know who reviewed what, who approved what, on what date, and it's all intact. And then a grant management policy. I want to touch on this really quickly. The 2 CFR 200 requirements, that gets pretty detailed and pretty technical, so I'm not going to go on and on about that too much. But suffice to say that whenever you receive federal dollars, I know that was talked about a little bit earlier in the meeting today, anytime the county receives federal dollars, it's a whole nother level of documentation, review that's required, reporting that you have to adhere to, and it also gives Steve a little bit more extra work to do during the audit time.
Right.
So it's just fun for everybody, but no, seriously, it is a whole nother level of scrutiny, if you will, when you get into utilizing federal dollars. It's great to have those grants and have that funding available to you. You just have to be able to, account for everything properly and make sure that you're adhering to those regulations. We provided some real extensive information on that in the report. So please, when you have time, to go through that, do so, and hopefully you'll find that valuable.
At 2 CFRs, we've talked before about a single audit for grants of over, when you spend over 750, you got to have used to be called a single audit. That uniform guidance is the terminology today, but it's directly linked to the information that's on page 23 of this report, titled 2 CFR 200. It is very, very detailed, extremely accounting, technical, legalese, if you will. So if you really want to have a hard time sleeping some night, there's your website right there. That's where you head.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we did embed right in the document, the website, so
Yep.
that can put you right to sleep. But so Laurel, go ahead, and if you wanted to move on to the next, hey, there we go. Again, we wanted to be as succinct as possible, while also providing you with some good highlights for this information. Thank you for your attention. I know sometimes it can get a little dry, not to us, but to everybody else on planet Earth, right? So appreciate your attention during the presentation. And I wanted to thank again, certainly Deb and Sean, Kathy, Darcy, Jen, the staff here at the county that we worked with. It was just, it was a large project, a large undertaking. We received great cooperation, from top to bottom. So we appreciate that. Again, there's a lot of information, 25-page report, chock full of financial loveliness. So read it through, when you have the time, digest it. And when you do take your steps to move forward, certainly feel free to reach out to, Steve, myself, for questions along the way.
It was our intention today, I believe, to receive this report, not to have a lot of discussion about it. We'll get the discussion to a committee of the whole meeting devoted just for this. If reading this, we have questions, Rachel, your contact information is there, and we could channel some questions through Deb to you for follow-up. Any, yes,
I recommend that the Leelanau County Board of Commissioners accept the reading report relating to finance and human resources as presented.
Support.
discussion?
Nice report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All six of us like your report.
Now the work really begins.
Yes. Thank you one and all
Thank
for your
you.
help. It's been, I love working in my home county, so. It's always good to
They
see.
gotta be on board on this.
How many different recommendations were in there?
Oh, I didn't count.
Oh, there's gotta
How many
be
were?
35 or so.
35 or 40?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot of discussion there.
Yep,
Thank
yep,
you.
healthy discussion.
We're waiting, thank you.
Thank you.
We now have one more grant agreement to approve. And this is on page 402 of our board book.
So this was brought before, the MIDC grant was brought to the board before, Paul Jarbo, who manages the MIDC programs for the county, has presented this before and spoke to it. So this is just a formal approval.
I move, I move to recommend County Board of Commissioners approve grant number E 202400076 -00 between the state of Michigan, MIDC/LRA and Leelanau County for the grant period October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, with an authorized budget of $291,476.50. Funding to come from fiscal year state grant contribution of $238,230.28 and a local share contribution of $53,246.22.
Support.
Any discussion? All those in support of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved 6-0. We now are down to review of financials. Kathy, thanks for being here.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't see anything in claims and accounts, and I haven't had a chance to run through this audit yet. I go for Tuesday.
Okay.
But nearly a $7 million post audit. What do we have that was so enormously large this one?
In post audit, well, John's moving property tax money around.
Yeah, it's tax collection.
Yeah, so when it comes in and goes out, that's part of it. And he's,
In September?
yeah, and
August.
August,
Okay, yeah, August.
yeah, state ed, any of those
Big numbers.
big numbers that he's pushing through.
Okay. Good.
Anything else?
Big numbers coming.
Well, we're going out.
Yeah, we're pass through, and, you know, it's his statutory duty to collect it and disperse it, so.
Any staff reports? We want to thank the audience for remaining with us all day, and it is now time for our second public comment, and you will be welcome to talk to us, and you have 5 minutes to do these public comments. Bill, we'll start with you. Sorry.
Bill Wisner, Elmwood Township. And just back to the election machines, we're very concerned about that for good reason. Some of the things, Michelle, when she was here, she mentioned, I just wrote down a couple of things. They drive the memory sticks to the county, I believe, from the townships precincts. And, you know, that sounds a little bit better, but the sticks can actually be program too. It can be a code in there. It can go down the screen so quickly you can't even see it. And so I wouldn't want to be taking that because you still could be, people could be wondering, is this legit? It's not needed with paper ballots, just paper ballots. And it's unofficial. The vote until the precinct, they should be the last say on things. They've got all the records. They should have every registered voter like 30 days before the election and have that right in the precinct. And and with the paper ballots, you can save like 50% or more on the money for the election. And then everybody's happy. You get two sides of the board here looking at those ballots and you verify everything and you have cameras and it's simple and it's done and it doesn't drag on for years. And people wondering, and like Mr. Coomer said, when he was asked what wireless chipset / modem does the hardware have, we support a variety. And they use more than just Verizon. AT&T and Sprint was mentioned too. In the back page, wow. On the back page, I think I'll cover that later. But the middle pages, it's an email I got back from one of the people in the county, and you can see the response I made. Just read that. But the middle 6 pages talks about the Mesa, Colorado, the Mesa reports 1, 2, and 3. The first one shows that 29,000 log files were deleted and should not have been for 22 months. Going on to page 4 is Mesa, continuing with Mesa County Report 1. That shows, that is very interesting. Okay, I'm counting down. Stop off.
You're okay.
Okay, all right, anyway, just read the bottom paragraph there. That tells a lot. There's a lot in there besides that, but the feature size of individual circuits in the chipsets and components of our voting machines systems is at the nanoscale, smaller than the smallest known virus particle and less than 3/10,000ths of a width of a human hair. So we have lost the ability, if we ever had it, to visually verify what's really happening, even at the physical level in our computer-based voting system, regardless of how the systems appear to be configured to authorize users and poll watchers. The functionality and connectivity in these computers can be enabled and modified remotely and wirelessly, or by the introduction of embedded codes or scanned paper. Embedded codes could be in the memory sticks too. The next one is Mesa 2. That said that there are 36 internal wireless modems in the system. And up at the top, it said uncertified software was installed, Microsoft SQL Server. That's where a 3rd grader could flip the votes. That was in Dominion and is finished update that I gave a few weeks ago. So, and the last report is report 4. In the elections in Mesa, in 2 elections, they show it started a second database, and in that database, it switched 20,000 of the files, 5,000 of them it didn't switch. It couldn't be verified, and it matches up nicely with the cast vote records here, where the early voting is heavily for Biden and not Trump. And this is the result, a 10-point swing in the election results. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Bill. Yes.
Thank you, Bill. I would like to follow up on what he just said. We have 40 different patriot groups that have sprung up in Michigan. All of them are talking to each other. And what we found out is that we in Leelanau County are one of the few counties that have actually been able to get a hold of our electronic poll books that none of the counties that I have talked to have been able to get this. And we kind of wanted to know why. Berry County Sheriff Darleaf, his computer expert actually went in to look at the electronic poll book and saw that the electronic poll book software is pinging another computer every 15 seconds. So I'm very excited that now we have a digital electronic forensic person in the prosecutor's office, because I would really like for them to look at that poll book, the electronic poll book, and see what is going on there. Is it like a Trojan horse? If it's pinging every 15 seconds, we need to know what computer it's pinging, or is it an IP address? I don't know anything about computers in terms of that, but I think we really need to have our county looking at what we have in our electronic poll books to see if there's any problems there. And also, I would like to see a plan B with the federal money for the health department. So what I understand is that we can get free money or grants or whatever from the feds to help remodel. There's a lot of commercial spaces available. I would really like us to at least research that to see if that might be a better option than moving the health department into the basement. And I'm going to make it quick because I know everybody's tired. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
I'd like to stand, been sitting a long time. My name is Scott Richards. I'm from Green Lake Township. And yesterday's meeting, the commissioners had great questions, and I appreciate that. Before you make a decision on the basement, I've talked to a person that has gone through the pole barn. And I was wondering if any of you have been to the pole barn where you store stuff, because the person that told me said there's no way all that equipment in the basement is going to fit in the pole barn. Second, the county clerk for you wanted a fingerprint thing. And I have a CPL in Grand Traverse County. We make an appointment with the sheriff's office and we use their fingerprint right there at the jail. So you might save money on that. The third thing your prosecuting attorney brought up is he wanted to hire a woman. I don't have a problem with women. I don't have a problem with men or anything. But that's the problem with government, I think, right now is we're looking for a woman to hire in the position when maybe a man has better qualities for that position. And I think we're dumbing down government just for diversity, when we should be hiring the best person for the job. The space downstairs, you want to kind of get rent for $1,200. I think you should offer it to the highest bidder to pay for your new attorney. And I would suspect you should keep it at 76,000 because it is hard finding property anywhere around here, even in Grand Traverse County. I read my Bible every day. My favorite verse is 1 John 4:18. There's no fear in love, and perfect love casts out fear. When you keep people in fear, you can control them. And that's what China did to us. They sent this virus over here to keep people in fear. And then all of a sudden, we got mail-in votes here. And I have a discerning heart. And I think that was an attack on the US by using a China virus to justify mail-in votes because people were supposedly scared of dying. And you shouldn't be scared of dying if you know Jesus Christ. You're going to a better place. And I believe God gives us the gift of having a little piece of hell here and a little piece of heaven. And you get to choose what you want. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. Tony Evans from Cherryland Electric sent me an email on January 19th last year. And because I asked him about the solar panels out front at the Cherryland post on 31. And I will get that data to you, but those solar panels do not come close to producing 100% of electricity, because Michigan is the third cloudiest state in the union. We're behind Alaska, Washington, and then it's Michigan. So we're the third cloudiest state in the union. You should think of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Hi, Carrie Onan, Lake Leelanau. Thanks again, you guys, for all your time. I'll keep it as brief as possible. Just two quick items. One is we hear the frequent argument about high home costs in our county as an insurmountable issue for attracting high quality people to serve in our county. And I can't help but wonder every time I hear that argument, every person who repeats it, if they've ever lived downstate or if they've ever lived in a more urban setting, because I have lived in several. And really, whether it's Southeast or Southwest Michigan suburbs or any of the urban centers, it's going to take longer to do a simple commute, much shorter distance than going from Traverse City to this county. I'm astounded that people keep forgetting that in the equation. So when I bump into people that, and I know it's our human nature to complain, I get that. But when I hear anyone complain about that specifically, I ask them, especially if I know they lived in a more urban setting or downstate, I ask them to describe their drive down there, because it invariably is nothing like the drive they get here. I mean, it is a shift in perspective. I want us to keep a healthy perspective about that argument. It's really one-sided. It's not including the fact that that drive is a drive that a lot of people pay a lot of money to take. And to have that as my drive every day back and forth to work or to the market in our case is an honor and a privilege and a blessing. So I just want to throw that out there. And quickly, if I have the time, at 63, I'm someone in the healthy and active demographic you've been discussing today. And I'm concerned about the apparent assumption that healthy and active adults of any age, need a government-funded program while they're still healthy and active. That doesn't make any sense to me at all, actually. I know I'm not alone in preferring that the monies involved in paying for those kind of programs either stay in the constituents' pockets, or at the very least, they are used for much more pressing needs, because I'm sure we've got them. Good Lord, just the sheriff's department and the prosecutor and things of that nature that concern all of us, and I think we all agree on that. But, this healthy and active 63-year-old it's not even logical to me that I would pay out of pocket to support a program to give me something that I can fully do on my own. I can pursue it just fine. If I want a class, there's a lot of good independent companies and small business owners that are offering things. They don't have to be coordinated. It doesn't have to be centralized government providing something. And you see where I'm coming from on that topic too, of course. But that one concerned me, and I thank you guys for your hard work and your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. And thanks to all of you for sticking through it. We're now at commissioner comments. Any commissioner comments? Commissioner Ward?
Yes, sir. Talking about county residency, you cannot require a public official to live in the county. Michigan Act 212 of 1999. We did that as a police officer. They made me sleep in my truck the first week here, okay? And finally in 1999, said, oh, Jim, you can move out of the county now, okay? But you cannot consider that for employment. Thank you.
Any other commissioner comments? A reminder that next Tuesday, we have scheduled, and we talked about that a long time ago, we're going to have an opportunity to meet with Deb. And I think she's asked for that in closed session to just have a mid-year update on how things are going and suggestions and concerns. So we'll be doing that at the end of next week's meeting, at the end of the meeting. And please come prepared with your thoughts and any questions that you might have. And Deb has asked for this, and I think we ought to work. And that brings me to the second point. We had a budget meeting scheduled for Thursday. I have not talked to Jamie, but Gwen told me that Jamie has a problem. She can't make it on Thursday. I'm inclined to move forward with it anyway because I just know how hard they are to schedule, but I'm only one person here. And I know some of us have changed our plans to make this schedule work and to try to find another one. Gwen's going to be gone a couple of weeks in October, and we got to get the budget work done. So I would suggest we keep the meeting on Thursday, but I could be overruled.
Well, you know what, if Jamie was still here, we could try to reschedule, but she's not, so maybe we better just get it done.
And it will be recorded on the clerk's recording, so she can listen in, and we can encourage her to do that. And I would be happy to meet with her after the meeting to catch her up. So we will have our budget meeting on Thursday.
Yeah, I'm really torn on this because that will be 3 that she's missed, and these are so important. So I just feel really torn on that, but I do understand the rescheduling. We have to look at September here. And, we haven't moved very many into October. It just means we wouldn't. I think we already plan on being a little late anyway, right? We're not gonna have.
Right,
to go
if
to
you're
October.
gonna go to November, then there's no sense to have Thursday's meeting.
I leave October 11th.
You wanna leave it as the
No,
day
I
that
leave.
Oh, you
The
leave
state
October
goes
11th, that's right
I'm
there.
out of here on the.
I don't know if you, through my notes, I don't show that, have you made a decision if you're gonna approve it the second meeting in October, or are you gonna push it to November?
I don't know that we made that decision.
We talked a little bit about it, but
We were waiting,
that-
what are we waiting?
That would be the reason why,
Yeah, a lot
if
of time
you have your
about that.
September meetings, because you're meeting a deadline, that it has to go posted to the paper for public review. So if you're not gonna hit that October deadline of approving it, the second meeting in October, then you can do more meetings in October, or,
what is on the agenda for Thursday?
There are these items, obviously anything that was put forward, and then we have 2 presentations. One from Point Broadband, one, not for
broadband's
Thursday.
coming
Oh,
next?
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about next Tuesday.
Budget.
So for Thursday, it just would be following up. I don't know, I think we were starting to talk about staffing discussions was one of the items, but
I think she asked was staffing, and so.
And we can't really reschedule without her here too. If she has a busy schedule, I hate to try to reschedule, to see if there would be a date before Gwen left and.
well, the 19th, let me just double check here. The 19th, we do have a work session scheduled from 2 to 5,
Yeah.
which is,
That's not very long.
Seems long to me.
another long day.
Yeah, we did that county board that night.
And then we're meeting
You're-
with you,
and you're meeting with
that's
me.
too much, it's too much. Well, that's actually already scheduled on the 19th, so it is.
got tentative.
Okay. I have my schedule.
Yeah, I'll be here if I got a broken leg.
Yeah, I think it depends on, you need to decide if you're gonna approve it in October. If you're not gonna approve it to November, there's no push to have September these meetings.
So the challenge is obviously we will not have the HVAC information available to the board until the end of this month.
Much as
So
I hate to do it, I would almost say push it to November, and because we're really plodding along on this budget. There's a lot of things we have not discussed yet. Yeah, we haven't got to yet.
So I'm gonna be putting forward a list of, like, a calendar of dates and asking everyone to please share dates that you will not be available and dates that you may be available, so that we can schedule the committee of the whole meeting to move forward the future budget sessions. We're gonna do everything via email, so there's no confusion. So we'll ask everyone to please try to get that out tomorrow so people can give feedback. Potentially have some answers by next Tuesday in terms of future dates.
So is it-
If Gwen is gone the first 2 weeks in October,
I am gone for a month. Oh, this is our shot to go anywhere when we are supposed to be doing our budget the first 2 weeks in October. So that is the time we have a month, other than Christmas.
But you'll be here through October 10th, 11th.
Yeah, the 10th. I'll
Right,
be
so
here
you
for the
could,
meeting on the 10th.
you could have meetings up until then if you want, right? And then, and the regulars, so then it gets posted, so that that meeting there, you could state that you're good to go for print to the public and approve in November.
That's true.
Yeah.
So that does give us,
2 more weeks, right?
yeah, it gives us the,
The last 2 weeks in September, because those were reserved originally. In a typical situation, those are reserved so that it would be me and Sean and Kathy making changes to what you're approving. And then that gets presented to the public, and then you recommend that at your executive to go for regular session budget, meeting, right? So it does give you the last 2 weeks in September if you move it to November or out, you know.
I can go either way, but there's been plenty of meetings this week already.
I say cancel Thursday, and let's try to reschedule it, Jamie can be there.
we will
And before
cancel
Gwen
that.
goes.
You'll send it out
least one more
and
before you go.
you'll send out a calendar and we'll get to you on that.
So we're canceling Thursday.
Cancel Thursday tentatively, so let me just for clarification, since I've already heard feedback about the 19th, since we have other things going on. So that's the board meeting Thursday night. We do have, I think there's a presentation, a pre-presentation before the board meeting. On the
You have a
19th,
public hearing.
public hearing for the grant.
That's okay.
So am I hearing the board saying that there's, is an interest or not an interest in having budget?
I have that down as firm. I think
I
we
have
ought to do that.
Oh, yeah, the 19th.
What day?
Yeah.
Jamie
Tuesday.
should be able to make that one.
19th.
Yeah,
We could
this week
start
from
that
today.
one.
Okay.
Prior,
Yeah,
you can leave
I-
that, leave that.
Leave that one?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll send an email out tomorrow confirming the 19th and then stating the dates from basically the 19th through the 10th.
Okay, should we start the one on the 19th at 1 instead of 2?
No.
I think there might have been a reason why we couldn't. I think somebody had a meeting. We did a whole chart and that's why we started it at 2 o'clock because I think someone had a conflict at 1.
Expected to be a long meeting, if we're gonna do a review post-meeting kind of.
Yeah,
During
it's
the
gonna be
meeting, it's
long
gonna be a
too.
very long
I
meeting.
started at 9.
Mhm.
I have land bank.
I was gonna say,
Here that day.
I may get with our chairman also to postpone my discussion as much as I want to do that. I almost possibly want to do it as a separate meeting just because I know how exhausting this meeting is for all of us.
Play by ear.
Okay,
So we're down now to approval of financials. Mr. Wellner,
Yes, I would recommend we approve claims and accounts $121,579.86.
support. All those in support of that motion say aye.
aye.
Motion approved, 6-0.
I would recommend we approve post audit $6,737,281.83.
Support.
All those in support of that motion say aye.
Aye. Motion to adjourn.
We are adjourned.